Welcome to my channel. Here, I don't just speak, but I invite you to think. Throughout my videos, I've questioned the deepest held beliefs, from philosophy, the dynamics of religion and faith, to personal identity. I ventured into the controversial because I know that only in honest, critical confrontation do we grow. My voice is a search for truth, unafraid of what is difficult. If you join this community today, you don't just watch, but you engage. Together, we open the door to a courageous dialogue, one that transforms us. Subscribe, share, and let's keep questioning, growing, and seeking truth together. Well, good afternoon, everybody. How are you doing? So nice to see you here today. We'll see who joins. Word on the street is there's some people who are intending to come and have a discussion about creationism. If I'm remembering correctly, what that conversation was about. I was on Claire Kaw's stream a few days ago, and there was a gentleman who was really misrepresenting what atheism is. What atheists and agnostics think about how the universe came into be. So I thought, I corrected him in the comments saying that atheists and agnostics don't actually believe that the universe came from nothing. I hear this said a lot by Christians and Muslims. I don't really hear a lot of Jews talking about these kind of things. They don't proselytize as much. They don't seem to really be in the debate sphere as much, but Christians and Muslims, fundamentalists in particular, they seem to be really active in the apologetics. So I hear this claim a lot that atheists and agnostics think the universe came from nothing. And this is really interesting hearing them say this, because the truth is that I don't know a single atheist or agnostic who actually thinks the universe came from nothing. There's a lot of different cosmological models as to how our current universe came to be. But I've never heard a single cosmologist say that the universe came from nothing. The Big Bang is not coming out of nothing, for one thing. So where these religious people are why they continue to say this is kind of strange to me. It seems like projection and maybe poisoning the well a little bit by making this claim that seems so ridiculous, because it is ridiculous. Something from nothing is ridiculous. But what's really interesting about this is that the only people who I know actually think that something came from nothing are Christians and Muslims and Jews. That they're actually the people who believe something came from nothing, because most cosmological models are based around an eternal universe, right? Energy and matter cannot be created or destroyed, for example, right? This is the fundamental laws of physics. But when you look at the creation account and you talk to creationists, they say, well, God created the universe. Well, you say, okay, well, if the energy and matter didn't always exist, then what did God create the universe out of? And they say, well, nothing. So it's actually the creationists who think that you get something from nothing. So why they're saying that the skeptics believe this when it's actually their belief, and the exact opposite of what skeptics believe and what cosmological models teach, is really strange. I don't know if it's cognitive dissonance or if it's intentional, if it's malicious, if they're just trying to poison the well. I don't want to imply that people are being malicious about this or whatever, but for whatever reason, there seems to be some kind of like mental disconnect here, some kind of crossover. So religious people believe that you can get something from nothing. And if they say, well, the energy and matter always existed, God just kind of formed these materials. Well, then you say, well, you don't actually need God to explain the formation of these materials, because we have great models in physics to explain like accretion. Then you get evolution, everything kind of goes off in there. Abiogenesis leads to evolution, so on and so forth. So we have a great understanding of a natural explanation, as long as you agree that the energy and matter is there to begin with. So if you don't think the energy and matter is there to begin with, then you have to believe it came out of nothing. Or you could just set the God belief aside and say, look, we have a natural explanation for quote unquote creation. The other problem that we have here, and I can maybe show this video, a couple clips of this, because I was pretty annoyed, to be honest with you, about how this conversation went, because as you guys know, I've had a lot of conversations with theists. on this channel. And I've said many, many times that even though I'm an agnostic myself, I'm actually not an anti-theist. I also don't have a problem with religious people or individual people of any group. My issues are with the things that people do with certain beliefs. Typically, this would refer to like fundamentalists or extremists, so on and so forth. But that's not a problem with religion or with religious people. That's a problem with people's behavior. And that can apply to any particular person from any group, if political group, religious group, social group, whatever it might be. It's not just restricted to religion. But in this conversation, Claire and her guest completely misframed that to imply that I was saying that religious extremists are all bombers and terrorists, which I never said, and I certainly would never say, because I have many Muslim friends. I have neighbors who are really wonderful people. I have 2 employees that work for me. I had a third girl. She just recently quit. But I've got 2 employees that work under me who are great. They do a great job. They're both Muslims. I don't have a problem with Muslims or Christians or Jews or anybody for that matter as far as having this label. My issue is with what people do with their behavior. So I have a problem with bigotry. I have a problem with sexism. I have a problem with denying science, teaching children that the earth is only 6,000 years old, that you can get something from nothing, those kind of things, that there was a global flood, nonsense like this, right? That Adam and Eve are a real thing and the evolution isn't true, climate change isn't real. Those are the kind of things that I have actually a problem with, but I don't have a problem with, religious people, nor do I have a problem with religion in general. I have a problem with bad information, dishonesty, things like that. So I'm going to post a link here today. If anybody wants to discuss or debate any of these topics, I'm perfectly fine with that. We can discuss anything. It's an open panel today. I was going to do a different show actually talking about bad apologetic arguments, because I've had some people try recently. I was on another friend of mine, a Christian friend of mine's channel, and he's a Unitarian, and he had some Trinitarians come onto his channel and try to argue for the Trinity and whatnot. And so I came to the defense of my Christian friend and said, hey, listen, the Trinity's nonsense. This completely violates the laws of logic. You guys can't come up with a reasonable explanation for it. You got to pick and choose verses out of the Bible to even try and make it make sense at all. And even if you did get it in the Bible, which you don't really, like, you can find some verses, particularly in John, but there's really not much in there to get the Trinity. But you could do it. Like, the problem with the Bible is that it's a book. It's considered a book, but it's actually multiple books. And depending on what religion you are, it might be 66 books, it might be 67 books, or whatever it might be. So you've got the Catholic Bible, you've got the Eastern Ethiopian Bible, you've got the Christian Bible, you've got the Hebrew Bible, right? The Old Testament, the Tanakh, so on and so forth. So the Bible, when you say the Bible, that doesn't even really mean anything. You got to actually qualify which Bible you're talking about. But you can, if you use any of the Christian Bibles, you can pick and choose so many different things to come up with a different theology, which is why there's tens of thousands, different denominations of Christianity. I've heard the number up over 40,000. Now, I did attend Bible college many years ago, and I don't believe there's 40,000 plus different denominations of Christianity. There's a lot, but I mean, that seems pretty excessive, but maybe there is. I don't know who counted all those, but I know there's a lot. I can think of probably a couple dozen right off the top of my head right now. But even if there's more than one, that's problematic in my opinion. And there's definitely more than one. There's hundreds, if not thousands, of different denominations. And the reason you get all these different beliefs, from Calvinism to Baptist to Protestant to Catholic to so on and so forth, it goes on and on. Mormons, I mean, you can just go on and on and on and on. Lutherans, so on and so forth. The reason there's so many is because you do get different ideas. This religion evolved over time. And if you study the history of it, you've got, the First Temple period, you've got Second Temple period, you've got Josiah's reform in here, I should say. You've got the major influence of the Persian period, which the Second Temple period starts where you get from the Babylonian exile, like 750 to 550, this period between the Babylonian exile to when Persia lets them get back, when Cyrus the Great allows them to return to Jerusalem, start rebuilding the Second Temple. You get into now monotheism, and you see this change from polytheism, pulling from Canaanite pantheons, Yahweh, Asherah, Baal, things of this nature, Marduk. And you start to get these gods become amalgamated. You get a council of gods, Elohim, and all this other stuff. And you get this council of gods, and then they start getting amalgamated and kind of crunched down to where now one God kind of entails all these different characteristics or personalities. And it changes over time. And then you get towards Christianity, where you get at the end of the first millennium, before the Common Era, you start to see the influences, because the Silk Roads are now bringing Eastern traditions from Hinduism and Buddhism over to the West now, right? Because the Silk Roads trades. So you're getting these ideas coming with them from China through Asia Minor into Mesopotamia. You also have a major influence of Greek Stoicism coming down into Rome, which is a huge thing. So before, right around the turn of the millennia, from what we call before the Common Era to the Common Era, you get this influence of Stoicism. So Christianity now is kind of taking bits and pieces of all this and putting it together into now it has kind of becomes Christianity. Then you get the councils, right? The Nicene and all these other, the ecumenical councils. And you start to see the actual formation of what becomes orthodoxy. And then, of course, the Protestant Reformation comes after that. So you see this historically, this bits and pieces, you can break it all up, but you got to study the history of it. None of this stuff is actually univocal. And anybody who tries to make that claim, this is what they teach you in the church. It's what a lot of Bible seminaries will try to teach you. There's univocality to it. But it's just not there historically. So you have to pick and choose, and you have to omit things, and you have to have these really creative interpretations. So I was having a discussion about the Trinity with these people, and I was going to discuss that today, show the comments and stuff, because whenever I get into these conversations about the Trinity with people, I don't focus on the text itself, because like I said, you can pick and choose verses to justify anything you want in the Bible, frankly, pretty much. But I use logic, the way that we actually function in the real world, science, logic, and history, archaeology. These are the things that I focus on. And so when it comes to the Trinity violates the laws of logic. And every time I get into this argument with a Trinitarian, they'll always start by saying, no, it doesn't. But because I know the laws of logic, and I am sticking to my guns with this, I will eventually continue to refute their claim about this and essence and all the other insanity that there's another word for it. For some reason, it's escaping me, but it's this I can't even think of the word. I'm so sorry. They say it all the time. It's part of essence. It's try something, some kind of like metaphysical concept that they try to apply to this, but it doesn't actually make sense logically. You can't actually form it into a logical, coherent idea, because it just doesn't work. It literally creates a contradiction, and you can't have contradictions, at least in the world that we live in. So then once you finally run them over this whole argument, and it happens the same argument every single time, and they start, yes, it's so logical, it makes perfect sense. God is logic, they say. Well, then you show them it doesn't actually make sense. It doesn't. It's like square circles, right? You can't get a square circle. You can talk about it, and you can claim you can find a square circle, but you just can't conceptualize it. It's incoherent. Then they end up doubling down into, well, God's logic is outside of man's logic. You're using man's logic. And this is where it goes every time, so now it's man's logic, which I see as a concession. If you can't explain something coherently, then you might as well just abandon it, or say, hey, listen, do what Aquinas said. It really is a mystery, right? And Aquinas is a brilliant philosopher, one of the most brilliant, actually, philosophers. He's well recognized in philosophy. He's right up there with the Aristotles, the Descartes, so on, the Kants, the Humes, so on and so forth. Aquinas gets a lot of respect. He's a really, really deep thinker as a theist, but even he admits, hey, listen, it's a mystery, right? And if you have to just throw mystery at it or miracle at it, like people do with the flood nonsense, when you start showing all the evidence against the flood, and they say, well, it's just a miracle. God just managed to snap his fingers, and all that animal shit just disappeared off the boat every day. So the people, 8 people couldn't shovel tons and tons of shit all day. The fumes alone would have killed them, et cetera, et cetera. Well, God, it's a miracle. God can do anything. If he can flood the earth, he can get rid of the shit. Well, that's true, I guess. I mean, technically speaking, I guess if God could magically make water appear that's not there, because there's not enough water on the planet, under the planet, or in the atmosphere to actually cover the highest mountains. So if he could do that, just bring water again out of nothing, because it's not there, right? So because the religious people believe ultimately that you can get stuff from nothing, because they have to. And they have to attribute it to miraculous whatever. So anyway, so I'll post the link here. I didn't realize I had my camera on this whole time. I just took a shower. My hair's a mess. I should probably turn this off. That's hilarious. Where am I at here? How do I post a link? Oh, yeah. You guys have to forgive me, because I'm actually feeling a little bit under the weather. Still, I've been fighting this cold. I guess it's a cold flu. Nasty. I've been fighting it for I think I'm going to my second or third week now, and it's starting to get annoying. I'm getting frustrated. It's I did have a really bad like sinus headache thing at first for the first week. Then it went down kind of into my chest, and now my stomach is feeling a little bit like nauseous. So probably drinking this coffee isn't a very good idea. Oh, our first contender is not a contender. It's Deconverted Man. So Deconverted has come onto my channel before. We've actually talked about one of the things that I find to be. Yeah, I tell people all the time. I was like, listen, I'm an agnostic, but I'm agnostic about a particular idea of God. The gods in philosophy. I'm actually not agnostic about like these Abrahamic gods or any anthropomorphized gods. I would be taking the hard atheist position. I would say definitively these things just don't exist because we have evidence against it. Because they lead to contradictions, so on and so forth. So I don't even take these claims seriously enough to call myself a hard atheist, like an agnostic atheist, because to me, it's like talking about Santa Claus or something else. But Deconverted Man and I had a show one time about some of the bad arguments, because if you can't provide empirical evidence, if you can't get a valid argument that leads to a sound conclusion, so on and so forth, then I'm not going to be convinced. You're going to have to come with something better, or just admit that you have faith, which I have no problem with, depending on what you do with that faith. If that faith inspires you to be a good person, if that faith inspires you to help your neighbor, if that faith inspires you to donate money to charities or to quit drinking or whatever it is, I actually support that. And, and I think that's a great thing that that faith is there for you. But don't tell kids that the earth is only 6,000 years old because you have faith. Don't tell kids that climate science isn't a real thing because you have faith, so on and so forth. So that's the issue that I have. And Deconverted Man and I did a show talking about some of these bad arguments that get used for the existence of God. I think we talked about the cosmological argument. I know we touched on tag, and it might have been the watchmaker argument. I think those are the three we touched on. So Deconverted Man, he knows exactly what I'm talking about. That the frustration with these arguments, it's pretty. Yeah, there's a lot of frustration we have. So let me go around the room and let everybody introduce themselves. Tell who you are, if you've got a channel or what you're into. I think Deconverted Man, you were here first, so we'll start with you, brother.
Lobster on my head, man. Here, you know who I am. I just did a talk on my channel about God's hiddenness and how ridiculous all that is. So, I saw you were doing a thing. I thought, I'll jump in and say hi and stuff, and see what's going on. See if I can add any thing, whether it be insanity or sanity, to the conversation at hand. Yes, the lobsterist is upon us. That's right.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like I said, I was going to do a whole show. I had it planned out. I was going to do a whole show pulling up clips so people could see the video and actually show them the comments. But then this gentleman, I don't know how to pronounce his name. I'm not trying to be inconsiderate. I think it's, I don't know, Khalid or something like that. And again, brother, I'm not trying to mispronounce your name if you're out there, but he said that I got an email saying that he wants to come talk about some of the things that we discussed, which was atheism is not a religion. Atheists and skeptics don't think that you get something from nothing. The other claim that I made was that I'm not saying that Muslims are all terrorists and bombers, and I really don't appreciate being represented like that. And then I think there was another thing that he and I had a disagreement about in the chat. He might remember. So I'm here to defend my claims and let him make his best argument, But if he doesn't show up, then it's basically just a free for all. So next up, I can't remember. I think it might have been Chris Moore, and then we'll go to Bionic Chris.
Hello, I'm Chris Moore. Not exactly my legal name, but anyway, that's my moniker. Yeah, but I'm just kind of surfing the web for today, and yeah, so I just kind of thought drop in and say hello, I guess. When it comes to theological stuff, as in your analysis of the Trinity and so forth, you're a more smarter cookie than me, objective. So not much I can say about it, because it's not like, even though it's like for me, it's like being a Roman Catholic French Roman Catholic, well, French Canadian Roman Catholic. Like it's been Trinitarian. However, my household, it's not exactly keep it too seriously type of thing. Very progressive and stuff like that. So, and it's also with the post Quiet Revolution thing that happened here in French Canada, anyways. And so it's just like there's no like very conservative strings attached to me when it concerns to me about religion. So yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I think that actually, to be honest with you, Chris, I think that's a really important point. I'm glad you brought it up. I think that most Christians don't actually really know much about the origin of the religion, the history behind it. They definitely don't get into the Old Testament very much. You know, they just basically kind of get whatever comes off the pulpit. I think the term for it might be cultural Christian. That's how I'm kind of understanding it. So my issue would be more with like fundamentalist claims, and again, fundamentalists and extremists, people who are really willing to use coercion, sometimes violence in some cases, but bad science, misinformation, things like that, to double down on things that we have empirical evidence against, like global floods and stuff like that. So yeah, I think you're right though. Most Christian households, when it comes to something like the Trinity, they really don't give two shits either way, you know.
Yeah. But I don't know if you want to talk Bionic Latino, but that's
yeah, we'll work our way around. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Bionic Latino, it's up to you, brother.
Hey, what's going on? I'm Chris. But since Moore is here, I'll be Bionic, just for the sake of clarity and whatever.
Sure.
You were probably you were Chris first, so I'll cede the position, the Chrishood. So, I mean, I'm here because me and Objective have been around. Like I've been floating and lurking on the channel from like the beginning, and it just so happens that now the schedule is lined up for me. Like I happen to have a free Sunday, which is not always a given. So I figure I'd just kind of come and hang and lurk and just kind of like see where the conversation goes, and I'm just here more for the hang than to come with kind of to pontificate. But obviously, if something strikes me as I have a strong opinion, then I'll just jump in that. Or I'm also a know-it-all. So if you want to talk about something I have no knowledge about, I'll still pretend like I do and add my 2 cents. So I'm good for that as well. So
that's a great introduction. And you made a comment here. I'm trying to get better about following along with the comments. I can't really diversify my attention that much. I see a friend of mine, Nathaniel's in the chat. Always good to see you, Nathaniel. I see Dark Lights there as well. Oh, A's Philosophy. Here's another brother. Always welcome to join the show. Speaking of, so this is actually the Christian friend of mine who's the Unitarian who I was defending. I was going to talk about that, A's. I don't know if you remember this a while ago, but you got attacked by Jill because he falsely accused you of straw manning the Christian position, which you did not do. It wasn't a straw man. And I came to your defense in the comments, and I got into a debate with like him and some other Christian tried to attack me about the Trinity and about straw man. And once I finally got them to understand what a real straw man is and how you asking, so some background so people know. And I was actually going to put a clip of that video in today's show until I heard that this Khalid gentleman wanted to come and have a debate with me or discussion, whatever. But in the video, A's is a Unitarian. He's very open about that. And his claim in the video was that if the belief in the Trinity is necessary for salvation, then why isn't it expressly discussed in the Bible, especially by Jesus? Now, that is a perfectly valid question to have. This is not a straw man of anything, because the claim from Trinitarian Christians is, in fact, that you need to believe this bullshit in order to be saved. And so the natural question that follows is, well, if that's the case, why isn't it articulated clearly in the Bible? This is not a straw man. In fact, Deconverted Man, I know he just switched his camera. I hope he's still here because he knows a lot about formal and informal logic, and he can tell you this is not a straw man. A straw man is misrepresenting the position to give a form of a weaker argument. It's not asking a logical question that logically follows. And so Jill came onto the show to say, oh, well, you're straw man in the Christian position. The Christian never says it's articulated or discussed in the Bible like that. And Ace is like, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if if you believe that this is necessary for salvation, why isn't it discussed in the Bible? And that is not a straw man. And Jill could not wrap his head around the fact that this just isn't what a straw man is. So I got in the comments, and that's what started the whole discussion about the Trinity. So I'm kind of glad A's is here, because that's perfect timing. So anyway, A's, I guess since you popped in, you're up next. Introduce yourself, your channel, whatever else you want, and we'll just work our way around the room.
Yeah, I really appreciate that objective ethics and that introductory statement. Thank you for that. As for me, I'm A. That's my YouTube name. Just gonna roll. That's what I chose in the beginning, so I'm just rolling with it. I have the A's Philosophy YouTube channel, and yeah, I apologize because I literally just saw the stream. So prior to me joining, I had only seen a minute of what was discussed before that. So whatever you said before, like 2 minutes ago, I have no idea what it was. I'd probably go back and rewatch it at some point. But yeah, as far as that particular conversation with Jill, I've been interacting with Jill for several years now. And I don't want to attack someone personally, but I'm just going to state my opinion. I've stopped. I will still interact with him as he is willing, but I've kind of stopped taking him seriously just because no matter what you say to him, and I think this is true of religious people and non-religious people. There are some of them who, no matter what you say to them, they're not going to change their mind, and they don't want to change their mind. And I think Jill is one of those people. So I kind of just allow him on because, first of all, he's willing. And second of all, because sometimes it's useful as a foil to show people what the arguments. He's useful as being as a foil to show what these people believe, and then I can kind of interact with that and show why it's bad. But you're right. I wasn't even making an argument. I wasn't trying to argue that the Trinity is false. And you're right. Asking a question is not even an argument. A straw man is an argument, or it's a framing of an argument. I wasn't trying to frame an argument. I was just simply asking a question, which is, there are so many Christians out there who are, Christian teachers or popularizers or internet figures, whoever they are. All they talk about is the Trinity, and talking about how if you don't believe in the Trinity, you're not a true Christian. And the question remains, as you highlighted, well, no one in the Bible ever talks about a Trinity or says anything about it in any explicit term. The Trinity doctrine is from piecing together various Bible verses here and there all over the Bible. So clearly no one in the Bible thought it was a doctrine that anyone needed to believe because no one talked about it. Anyways, so I'll leave it there. I've been talking for a little bit, so that's basically all I have to say on that. But yeah, as we go forward, I will, address things as I see as the interest, as a conversation unfolds, essentially.
Well, I'm glad you jumped on, because I do like to have these panels balanced whenever I can. And I see Nathaniel's out there. I'd love Nathaniel to jump on, and he can also represent the Catholic viewpoint perspective. Nathaniel's a friend of mine. We've had a lot of great discussions, even though we don't agree on a few things, maybe a lot of things, I don't know. But one thing we do, just like with A's and I have fundamental differences in certain positions. We do agree on respect and treating each other with respect and having respectful debates and stuff like that. And he's always been polite to my audience. My audience has always been polite to these people as well. And I really appreciate that. So I'd love some more theists on here. I see Dark Lights in the chat. He said he might join us. He calls himself a theist. I refer to him as a deist, but it's his right to define himself however he wants. But he does have a particular, very interesting theological model that he might want to talk about a little bit too. And then that Khalid gentleman, if he's out there, if he decides to show up, I'm always here. I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is, and I will treat you with respect, just like I do with everybody else. I'm very open and honest though, and I don't appreciate how you guys misframed my comments to make it look like I was accusing Muslims of being bombers and terrorists and stuff. That's completely the opposite of what I didn't say anything. The word bomber or terrorist never came out of my mouth. I never typed it or anything. So that was a pretty gross misrepresentation, in my opinion. And I definitely think we should have a conversation about getting something from nothing and how atheism is not a religion. You could call it a religion if you want, but I see that as basically poisoning the well and more projection. In fact, both that, like I said at the beginning of this, I think that when you say something from nothing, that's projection, because I don't know a single cosmological model that teaches that. And when you talk about, calling atheism a religion, that also poisons the well. And that both of these things can be applied to the creationist theistic side of things, but they do not apply to the other side of the fence. It just doesn't work that way. So yeah, if you want to justify those claims or maybe apologize, I'd certainly be a gentleman and accept your apology for that. or you could communicate to me about how I've misunderstood things. And I'll apologize to you. I'm not above that either. So at this point, I think what we'll do is just let's open it up. And you guys, you're all very polite. I need to warm up my coffee really quick. So I'm going to, oh, here's another person joining. Perfect. Oh, here's the brother right here. Now I want to make sure I pronounce your name right. Is it Helpful Hamad? Okay. What would you prefer to be called, brother? I think you might be on mute.
Oh, 1 second. Really?
We can hear you.
You can hear us?
Yep.
Okay, great. Yeah. So, I definitely believe in being respectful. Appreciate you calling me a brother. And as a Muslim, I call everybody in humanity a brother or sister. So I appreciate that. My name is Khalid Ahmed, but I'm trying to put myself as Helpful Ahmadi because that's more important than my name. So I'm a Muslim who believes that the second coming of Jesus has already come, but metaphorically. And that's kind of very important to me as a person, like my identity more than my person, my name, as it were. And for those who don't know my channel, I'm currently trying to build bridges between different communities, different faith groups, and find what's in common, because that's a Quranic principle. Find what you have in common rather than what you have what's different to you. And that particularly was spurred on by the fact that it's turned out that the Zionist movement is trying to separate us and get us to fight with each other, right, rather than find what we have in common. And I also think there's a big problem in morality in the West and generally many other places where it's really making lives of Westerners really difficult. Like lives of men, for example, marriage is breaking down. They're not getting sex. They're having to go to pornography. It's not working out for loads of people. And I actually mainly talk to men because I think on YouTube, it's mainly men who listen to sort of logical debates and things like that. Women are interested in different kind of material. So that's my background, my introduction.
Excellent. Because this is the first time we've had a chance to talk. Oh, let me bring on. Oh, Dark Bites here. Excellent. It's so nice to see all you guys stopping by. It's such an honor to be able to share time with all of you, despite our agreements or disagreements. We set all that aside. I really appreciate the sense of that we're all willing to come together and have these respectful conversations. I know everybody here knows me, but since this is our first time interacting, I'll just give it just a really quick. Oh, that was Austin. I said Dark Light. That's Austin Sims. I'm sorry, brother. In your small picture, I thought you were. Oh man, this is such a pleasure to have you stop by here, Austin. I'm really glad you stopped by. I don't want to detract from what I was going to say here, but I definitely want to. We're gonna after I do my little thing here. I want to go to Austin next and let him introduce his channel. And as I always do, every single person here, despite our disagreements or whatever goes on, I always link everybody's YouTube channels to the description so that if people like something that you've said or want to just address you. And find you, then I think it's respectful to give you guys the opportunity to kind of network through this since you're willing to show up here and have these conversations. So I don't know if I have a link to your channel, Helpful. I'm just going to call you Helpful for now. Just for now, it's easier for me if you don't mind. Or sure. Mr. Ahmad, is that right?
So Ahmadi is my particular group of Muslims. We're the most international group of Muslims. We're the only people who have a caliph, basically. Yeah.
But okay. But conversationally, how would you like us to refer to you? Just like HA? I mean, like in conversation, how should we refer to you?
I think you can call me Helpful. because it'd be hard for you to say Khalid or so. You can say Khalid actually if you can remember.
Khalid, yeah. Okay. I do. So a little background on myself. I don't actually consider myself to have any friends or enemies. I have just brothers and sisters. I do believe in objective morality, even though I'm a skeptic. I believe that I base this on the fact that all human beings ontologically are equal. We're all made of the same material. And so I think that we build up from there, that we all have the same basic needs, the same basic rights, so on and so forth. So for me, everybody's my brother and sister, even if I disagree with them. Now, that being said, I have brothers who I really enjoy spending time with. Several of them are here, actually. And I have brothers and sisters that I wish I could disown, right? But unfortunately, that's just like any other family, right? So that's my view in life. So I do tend to refer to everybody brother, sister, family. There are some people who have told me, listen, I don't necessarily care to be called brother or whatever. Then I try to be respectful of that, but that's basically where I stand. So I do tend to, just like I said, refer to people brother, sister, because I believe that we are all essentially, there's only one race, the human race. And that's how I just live my life. So, but speaking of race and biology and things of that nature, Austin Sims is someone who we're going to be doing a couple things together. He's hopefully going to come on my show, on my channel, and be the invited guest. So we'll have some one-on-one time, and he's going to be discussing evolution. And I'm hoping that Ace, who is a person who really fights against evolutionary theory, I hope that you can show up to that show, and maybe you and Austin can have some time in the chat. Or I don't know if we'll discuss that today or not. But it's pretty open. But that's something I'm really looking forward to, because anybody who follows Austin's channel, and again, I will have his channel linked in the description of this video, very smart young man. And he really does a great job of getting a lot of really complex information condensed down into something that's tangible to people who may not have a background in biology, for example. And I've learned so much from reading his community posts. So I really recommend following Austin Sims if you have questions about evolution. He's made it known that he will have conversations with people. I've found him to be very polite and respectful every time I've interacted with him or seen him interact with other people. So I'm assuming he'll treat you like, very well, but he's going to be honest and he's going to be direct, and he's got the knowledge to back up what he's talking about. He knows sources, he attaches citations and sources all the time to stuff he posts on his community tab. So follow Austin Sims. And in fact, let's let Austin, are you there? You want to go ahead and introduce yourself to people? You probably do a better job than I will. And I'm going to get my coffee.
No, that was glowing. Thank you.
Take over.
That was very nice. I refer to everybody as my brother too, as a biologist. You are my brothers and sisters, my biotic, archaean, eukaryotic, amorphian, unicont, opazoan, epistocont, holozoan, philozoan, apoicozoan, metazoan, bilaterian, craniate, olfactorin, all the different taxonomic clades we exist in. You are my brother in those clades, and we are related by the fact that we are the same species, the species sapiens in the genus of Homo, in the broader category of haplorhine, simiform, catarrhine primates. And yeah, that's so. My channel is not just about evolution. I'm just taking a general science approach. I know evolution best because I'm a biologist, so I mix it up with evolution deniers, because nothing in biology makes sense without evolution. So it's a heavy centerpiece on my channel. But I do all kinds of science denial and misinformation. Like, I think I'm one of the only people on YouTube who's talking about the fact that there's a cult of pee drinkers on YouTube. People who think that drinking their own pee is some ancient health secret. A lot of people won't take that on. They just kind of let that happen. But I talk about it on my channel, and I refute it. The fact that, you're just taking waste that your body already removed and putting it back into your body, which is a really silly thing to do. And it can give you natremia or hyperkalemia, which can cause heart attacks. So at best, it's a silly thing with no benefits, and your breath probably really stinks when you're done. At worst, it could kill you. So I take on all kinds of misinformation. I'm an equal opportunity debunker.
That is important.
Could I ask a question about evolution?
Sure.
Yeah, so I believe that you can have evolution and still believe in God. Like, it depends on what your idea of evolution is. Like, if your idea of evolution is that it's an accidental process, then I don't think that's logical, first of all. But then you could say maybe God doesn't exist. But I do say evolution just means, and this well within the idea of the description of God within the Quran. So the Quran actually describes as God as the one who creates in stages. So that's evolution for me, right? There's no problem.
A lot of Quranic scholars who agree that you can accept evolution and still believe in Allah. And it's true of Christian scholars too. Like Augustine wrote, there are those who think that only the world was made by God and everything else is made by the world. but still by and according to his divine ordination. You might call that something like an old earth creationist or a theistic evolutionist viewpoint. And those are
But do you
totally
agree?
accepting of God and totally accepting
Yeah.
of science simultaneously.
So, I mean, are you aware that there's kind of two different perspectives, let's say, or maybe many different perspectives on what evolution is? But I think the two main categories might be accidental versus guided.
There
What do you
are some
think?
arguments about that. Like, I know that Dennis Noble and Cy Gard are both like really big fans of teleology. I am not a fan of teleology in biology. I think evolution is driven by random mutations, which are filtered by natural selection, which is not random. And there's some historical evidence to back up that that is the real conceit of evolution that changed the model of species mutability to something usable by humans. Like, that's why we have ethnobotany and ethnozoology, is we figured out natural selection was what allowed random mutations to be clutched together into novel body forms and traits. And then we were able to form our own kind of selection, where we've been able to produce hundreds of varieties of Oleracea, hundreds of varieties of rice, hundreds of varieties of Zea maize. So it's natural selection is the thing that let us go from, we can't see how random mutations could possibly add up to these things, because those were visible. You could see random mutations. You could see things like longer limbs, shorter limbs. You could see things like changes in pigmentation and color, and you can see how those things directly impact selection. But we couldn't figure out how those things could add up to new novel traits and ultimately completely different body forms, and natural selection explained that.
I have a quick question. Whenever
Actually, it doesn't. It doesn't explain that, though. And I just want to say that, Chris, go ahead. Natural
I agree.
selection.
It doesn't explain anything. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Yeah, because
okay.
natural selection, and I'm sure, and Helpful was probably going to go under this. Natural selection can only select what already exists. So if mutations can't generate it, then selection can't operate. So the only thing you have is mutations. You don't. Yeah.
So mutations produce changes in concentrations of alleles. Selection picks out the fittest ones, and that becomes the basis for the next generation. And so those things can add up. You can get things like aquatic adaptations, a more streamlined body form, an ability to hold your breath longer underwater. You can get more rudder-like forelimbs. You can get reduced and eventually completely eliminated hind limbs, and that's exactly what we see in the whale evolution line.
Can I just really quick rebuttals? Like there's like our common experience is that there's nothing that's random. If you look at a watch, you'd be a crazy person to consider it to be a product of anything random at all, right? Second of all, you don't get pink polar bears, for example. You don't get pink polar bears. You don't get all sorts of random mutation. They're very carefully selected. And third of all, you can do a simple bit of maths and you can disprove evolution really quickly. For example, just look at blood, for example. What the idea of accidental evolution depends on is believing somehow these things are not complicated. Even hemoglobin, which is not even a blood cell, right? That is far too complicated mathematically to have been created since the beginning of the universe.
That's
right?
incorrect.
What you're saying is incorrect. Let me finish my.
I've heard this argument. The odds of beneficial mutations occurring, I can refute it with one statement. The odds of beneficial mutations occurring are 100%. The odds of natural selection preserving some of those beneficial mutations are 100%. And there's decillions of trials occurring on the planet at any time with these random replicators, and DNA replication is random. It is non-perfect replication. There will be variable replication. So that is the random aspect of evolution that produces beneficial mutations. The math argument fails alone right there. because there is 100% certainty
What's the
that
claims that don't
beneficial
make any sense?
mutations will occur, and there's 100% certainty that the organisms with beneficial mutations will outcompete other members of their population that don't have those beneficial mutation. There'll be differential reproductive and survival success, and that is the fuel of evolution. That is how the basis of the next generation is a subset of the previous generation, the ones who were most fit to their environment, because the environment produces a selective effect just by being difficult to survive in, just by the fact that animals produce more offspring than can all survive to reproductive age.
Let me just jump in really quickly here, gentlemen. Just really quickly. Sorry, I got to do a little housekeeping here. I see that Ambushed Apostate has jumped into the chat, and I want to give him a shout out. And I'll make sure, and I'll get a link to your show as well in the description. I don't know if you'll be able to join us for the live conversation. It sounds like he's having dinner right now, but I wanted to give him a shout out. And that reminded me really quick, something I forgot to mention at the beginning of all this. There is a Ark protest that's coming up, and I am going to be promoting the hell out of that. I will get a link. I should have done it before this started, and I'm sorry, I was running a little bit behind today, but I have a link for the PayPal, so you can donate. It's a effort to help support that Ark protest that's going to be happening in Kentucky. It's a annual event that they do. Joe from the Kentucky Atheist, I'll make sure to get a link to his channel as well. He's really, I think, kind of the main organizer to that thing, and it's a very important event as far as I'm concerned, because teaching children, which is the Ark Encounter, targets children, and I think that's harmful, because teaching children there was a global flood. I think they've got kids riding on dinosaurs as part of their displays and stuff like that, because they had to have dinosaurs on the boat. I mean, just the whole thing is so nonsensical, and they're spending hundreds of thousands, if not millions of taxpayer dollars to support that. And that's not fair. We're supposed to have a separation of church and state. So I do support the Ark protest event, even though I won't be able to be there personally. I'm actually going to be putting on an official event. Did I accidentally remove? No, you're still here. I don't see. Oh, there you go. Okay. Yeah, I'll be putting on a show to promote that event. I'm going to try and set something up with Austin and Joe and myself, doing a 3v3 debate against three theists. I'm hoping to debate biblical morality versus objective morality. Evolution is going to be one of the topics, and then creationism versus naturalism, I think, was the other topic. So we'll get it all sorted out and try and put that together. But I will be putting on some kind of show. I normally never ask my audience for any kind of money or donations. I don't want your money to support my channel. I don't need your money. I've got a good job. But I'm actually going to throw a few $100s at this event myself, and maybe see if you guys can match my donation or something like that, because I do think this is something important. So I'll keep you guys posted. I saw Seth jump in, and that reminded me of the Ark protest. Austin's here, so I figured I should probably mention that. And I'm sorry to detract from the conversation. I appreciate you guys are keeping it respectful. So I'll let you guys go ahead and just kind of free flow with it here.
I wanted to ask a quick question.
Absolutely, Chris.
Well, not even a question. I just want to make a statement. Like, whenever I hear someone call into question evolution, for me, that's a scientific conversation, right? And evolution by itself isn't by itself a scientific concept. So the question I always have for them is, do you take umbrage, or do you have a disagreement with genetics? Do you have an issue with organic chemistry? Do you have an issue with ecology? Because that's what evolution really encompasses. It encompasses a wide range of disciplines and studies and stuff. So if you're criticizing evolution as an umbrella term, what that sounds like to me is you're just trying to poison the well and not really take on a scientific question. Because a scientific framing of that would be, I have an issue with this amino acid being deconverted and whatever. Do you understand what I'm saying? So
yeah.
I think we need to be careful with that, with those broad stroke criticisms or statements.
Yeah, so it's not just evolution, it's evolution and deep time science, right? Because they're deeply intertwined. And when you put them together, that's like around 300 academic fields of science and philosophy and natural inquiry. And it becomes really difficult to deny it without kind of getting into conspiracy theory territory, because like when X-ray crystallography, stratigraphy, limnology, genetics, paleontology, and applied science all agree, right? Like they're all providing different lines of evidence that all fit each other and support the same conclusion. That conclusion becomes really, really reliable.
Are you saying all scientists somehow agree? There's lots of famous scientists who disagree with the idea of sort of accidental evolution.
No, but understand something. What you're saying is when you say scientists disagree, of course, there's going to be scientific disagreement, but those are specific scientists having specific disagreement with other people on the minutia of it or on the small details of it. There's no scientist saying that the entire system, it really is a house of cards, if you will, right?
I never said I've already said right from the beginning that there is a process of change.
Sure. Wait a minute.
Just saying, what is the mechanism of that change? And I'm giving very simple logical arguments that we can all understand, because otherwise we'll go through, this scientific argument is for and against and all this kind of stuff. I'm just saying we don't have any experience of anything that could be from a set of random mutations or changes that over time create something more complex. We don't have that. We actually have the opposite. Even science itself, what's it called?
But even the language you're using shows a misunderstanding of how the science works.
No, that's your claim, but I think you're wrong, right?
You are
speaking to a nurse, by the way.
Science and I don't understand. That's the oldest thing that atheists claim to do, right? Okay. I'm just saying there's an element of just common sense that's missing from this whole discussion, which is there's no experience, first of all, of anything that is, let's say, a computer or anything complex that has been made from anything of at all a random process.
Again, I don't mean to monopolize this. I'm going to throw you a softball. Can you explain, antibiotic resistance without discussing evolution?
Absolutely. Yeah, antibiotics resistance has nothing to do with evolution. If you define evolution as common descent from a universal ancestor, nothing.
That's why we don't define it that way. You see what I'm talking about? How
right. So you want to define evolution as like a change in allele frequencies, but no one, even young Earth creationists, don't dispute that there are changes in allele frequencies within populations. That's nothing anyone's. Evolution, where we're talking about the common descent, macroevolutionary changes over billions, like Austin was talking about, from an amoeba, and actually the original organism is going to be a self-replicating molecule that slowly evolved over time to organisms with trillions and trillions of cells and specialized functional cells. Okay, and you made the claim, Chris, that there are no credentialed scientists who think the entire system is basically built on a house of sand or whatever. Yes, there are. There are entire websites full of scientists who have signed statements saying that there is a serious problem with the mutation selection mechanism of neo-Darwinian evolution. And I can give you one right now. The Discovery Institute has dozens of scientists who have PhDs in biology who are saying that evolution is a dead theory and it needs to be replaced with something else.
Did those scientists also sign an article of faith?
Yes.
I'm not sure. I think that some of them actually might.
Anything.
I think some of them might actually. Well, here's the thing. I think some of them might actually still be atheists, because I know that some of them have just. Well, hold on. I know some of them have just said that. Well, it probably wasn't God, but it would have had to be an intelligence, perhaps a super intelligent extraterrestrial race or something. Some of them believe in the space alien theory.
There are people out there that believe that. None of them work for the Discovery Institute. Right. It's all religious, creationist, evolution deniers like James Tour and Stephen Meyer, who are both actually talking outside of the area of their scientific expertise. Tour is a synthetic chemist, and Meyer is a philosopher. He studies philosophy of science.
He's not a mathematician? Meyer's not a mathematician?
I thought he was a mathematician as well.
Actually,
one thing I will say, though, is that now you have to take this for what it is, because I haven't investigated this myself, just to full disclosure. But my understanding is that in order to work at the Discovery Institute, they actually have an internal statement of faith, and they actually weed out applicants based on this statement of faith, which is illegal. So it's going to be difficult to actually track that down or not. So, that may be a red herring. I don't know. But Scott's joined us. Welcome, Scott. You're always welcome here, brother.
I can get the exact language for you if you want. Give me a second.
And the other thing, so I do have several comments to make on this, but I think it'd be most appropriate to let you guys kind of hash it out, and then maybe I can have summarize my feelings about all this, because I don't want to just muddy up the waters and stuff. But there are serious philosophical problems when you just look at the philosophical argument of the watchmaker argument, which is what the gentleman is promoting right now. With you don't see a complex, like a computer design itself. This is just a modern watchmaker argument, and there are actually philosophical problems with that argument itself, without even having to go to the science of something, just at the face value of the argument itself. So that can be addressed. In fact, like I said before, Deconverted Man and I actually did a video talking about 3 of the most common arguments for the existence of God, and the watchmaker argument was one of the arguments that we discussed in detail. So I should probably link that video. Brother, if you want to check out that video at some point, maybe you might want to respond to it in the comments. You might have some objections or something, maybe see something that we missed. But that argument's one of the worst arguments, in my opinion. I think there are much stronger arguments for the existence of a God. I don't think it gets you to the Christian God.
I don't know. What's your claim? I don't understand. Are you? I'm not sure if you're talking to me, but what's your claim? That the fact that we've got no experience of anything complicated being made by random processes, that's not a good argument for the existence.
No, I don't see that as being. It's referred to as the watchmaker argument, and it's the guy, if you're walking on the beach or in a field, I've heard different variations of it, and you find a watch, you're not going to say, oh, this watch just made itself. You're going to think this watch had a designer. And so
what's your counter? What's your short version of the counter?
So the shortest version I could give is it's actually a red herring, because we know how watches are made, for one thing, right? So it doesn't actually apply to the actual argument that through a natural process, that abiogenesis or that accretion, laws of physics, depending on how far back you want to go into the naturalistic explanation. So
that's a weak response, I would say, because we only have to go by our experience.
It is a red herring, because we know how these watches are. We know how computers are made and cell phones. And I've heard so many different plastic bottles. They're not red herrings.
These are experiences. So we have to only go by.
Yeah, but it doesn't actually directly apply or even remotely apply to what we're talking about.
100% applies. Our experiences define what we understand.
It's also,
you can't just say it's a red herring. You're negating all the evidence.
No. We're not negating the evidence. We're saying the argument itself at face value, it doesn't cross over, because what you're doing is you're presupposing when you say design. You're presupposing.
No, we're not presupposing. I'm not presupposing anything. I'm just saying from all the experience we have no experience of things being made by any sort of random process.
You keep saying that. That's incorrect.
Right. Exactly.
No, it's not incorrect. Give me a counter
argument.
And you
corn.
No, it's not an argument.
Hundreds of species of Oleracea, domesticated canines, domesticated felids, other domesticated mammals, like in the mouse kingdom.
Sure. Yeah, so humans didn't construct.
What's your point?
My point is, changes are observable. We can see changes.
We know that
in the short term. That's adaptation. That's shift in allele concentration. That's the shorthand aspect of evolution, the aspect of it that occurs in an observable time span. Then we've got genomic comparisons
I'm not saying,
and paleontological data that substantiates the larger trends and changes. The fact that birds are more closely related to dinosaurs than reptiles, like
it's like you're doing a straw man right now. Well, you're doing a straw man. You're arguing about something I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about there are not changes.
You're making a problem with your you're making large Gish Gallops of arguments. There's almost too much to respond to.
That's what you did.
My teeth into specific areas where I'm noticing some serious weaknesses.
No, I think what you're doing is a circular argument.
Do you guys want to hear the language of the Answers in Genesis, Creation Ministries International, ICR?
I'm not interested in the Bible.
We were talking about Discovery Institute. Answers in Genesis is a completely different organization.
But see, my problem is that just that argument is just is based on an assumption that you experience because you've experienced maybe watches being made by watchmakers. Then your assumption is that everything else had to have a maker too in the same fashion. It's in the same fashion. It is an assumption because you know why? You know why it's an assumption? Because you're not bringing in the other counterfactuals. There are other counterfactuals of stuff being created in the short term through natural processes.
No,
so
you have to
only assuming one cause.
Can I tell you?
You're not. Which I'm not saying that's not a valid. Maybe.
Can I explain to you how what you're doing is a circular argument? So when you say things that are natural are evolving, and that's evidence of your argument, that's a circular argument, because what you're saying is that I believe that these natural organisms are developing randomly, and therefore that's evidence of my belief.
No, that's not the argument. That's not the argument, sir. That's not the argument, sir. You're not listening. You're not listening. The argument is very simple. The argument is very simple.
Yeah.
If you're going to assume just one thing, then why are you ruling out the other possibilities? You're making it seem like you can just rule it out because you've decided that only one assumption counts. There are other processes at play that you can apply.
I'm saying, give me one example of a non-biological thing that has developed from simple to complex. Give me an example.
Viral evolution, bacterial evolution.
I said non-biological because we can't do
We're talking about biological evolution.
That's what we're talking about, right? Well, let's look at crystals. What about crystals in chemistry? What about that?
What about them?
Yeah,
it took about 380 million years for even just hydrogen to
form crystals. Salt crystallizing from evaporated water. How do you explain that without a God?
They are not complex in the same way that biological. There are different types of complexity. What you find in crystals is repeated patterns. But when you look at for something, the complexity that is displayed in like DNA of biological organisms, is what's called specified.
Goal shifting.
No, hold on. No, because
you asked for something that you could see. You asked for something that you could see in the short term. I give you one, and then you start bringing up human evolution, which is in the long term. So I guess the question could be, why is it that we can see natural evolution in the short term? Why does this rule out that things cannot evolve on the long term?
There are a number of reasons. Because one of the best reasons is because we can actually observe, based on the last few hundred years or so, what basically the mutation rates are for living, or how quickly they accumulate within populations. If you extrapolate backwards how long it would have taken to accumulate the amount of mutations observed in modern living organisms, you would have literally needed trillions and trillions of years to come up with even a simple bacteria. There isn't enough time.
How do you know that?
Because of its basic mathematics, probabilities.
No, it's not. Evolutionary game theory has disproven your statement, sir.
Can I please finish? It's based on the number of mutations that would have been necessary to generate genetic information, which we can observe, the known mutation rates, and how much time would have been necessary.
It's based on calculating and artificially inflating the sample space.
You need trillions and trillions of years to generate.
No, that's not correct.
Claim, and I've got two questions to that claim. Number one, why isn't the consensus of biologists and scientists agree with you is the first question. Why are they denying it? Is it a conspiracy theory? Number two, what alternative explanation can account for the nested hierarchical patterns like in DNA across all living organisms,
Nested.
while also predicting observed adaptation and speciation better than evolution by natural selection. Do you have an answer for that?
Both
And
questions
also
are easily
matching
answered.
the heuristic, morphological, and biogeographical species distribution-based taxonomies we developed before we had DNA and genetic evidence.
I can answer both questions. I'll answer them in reverse order. The concept of nested hierarchies comes from a young Earth creationist named Carolus Linnaeus. I mean, creationists were
nested humans with apes.
Hold on, let me finish. The creationists were creating nested hierarchies of organisms long before Darwin ever came around. This isn't.
And it was a huge problem for his faith. He wrestled with it his whole life.
No, he didn't. He
did.
Carlos
he had an open door policy where he said,
is,
anyone who can come in and make an argument to me for why humans shouldn't be categorized with the Panins, come do so. And he had religious people making arguments for years, and none of them that could present an argument that wouldn't cause him to just completely throw out his entire taxonomical system by which he distributed them that way.
The point is,
he wrote about it in his own diaries.
When we're talking about nested hierarchies, what we're really saying is some organisms are more similar to others than other organisms. No one's ever denied that. Creationists have acknowledged that, yes, humans are more similar to apes than they are a sea sponge. This isn't something that's controversial. Nested hierarchies doesn't come anywhere close to refuting even young Earth creationism. Now, the other point, why aren't scientists accepting it? Yes, because they have prior philosophical commitments to methodological naturalism, and they know if the evolution falls, the whole Tower of Babel is going to fall down on top of their heads.
All right, so now we really need to read the statement of faith agreement for these creationist organizations. By definition, no apparent perceived or claimed evidence.
That sounds like psychobabble. It sounds like you're applying a psychological motivation to it that's not proven. It's just an opinion. You're just making an opinion that they have this psychological, emotional commitment to the worldview. You can say the same thing about creation.
No,
right?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you can. You can say it about creationists. Do you think scientists are somehow? Oh, sorry, Dan. I don't want to be.
Austin was mid-sentence, so Austin, you got muted there for a second. So you were in the middle of.
Yeah, no, I was just reading the statement of faith agreement that by definition, no apparent perceived or claimed evidence.
It sounds like his connection.
Yeah, I think your connection is going in and out.
Oh, damn it.
I would admit that any human being can have predispositions towards a philosophy, but we're talking about an entire field.
Yeah, your worldview can color your interpretation of the data. The thing is, creationists or theists are looking at the same information that
real scientists are not forced to sign an agreement like that, sir.
Here's the problem with the conspiracy theory angle, and I've mentioned this once before, Ace, and I'm going to bring it up again. The reason this doesn't hold water is because by the numbers, the significant majority of scientists are actually theists. 92% of the 8.5 billion people on this planet are religious. Over half the people on the planet are accounted for with Christianity, Judaism, and Islam alone. The Abrahamic faiths account for half the planet. Every single field of science corroborates the theory of evolution. Every single one is the consensus in every single field of science. So what you're saying is that somehow 7% of the global population has taken over every single field of science to put forth this conspiracy theory. That literally makes no sense. The other issue is that if evolution was false, because science is including the hard sciences and engineering, things like that, right? Architecture, construction, things that people don't necessarily think are part of science, but they actually rely on scientific understanding, physics, things of that nature, right? Because of this, every single field of science, the hard sciences and things like engineering and stuff, are all interrelated. The engineers build the machines that are in the hospitals. The doctors build come up with the technology for the vaccines. The botanists are involved, geologists. Everything is connected. It's either directly connected or interconnected. Every single field of science. If one field is corrupted, it affects every single field of science would literally fall apart. That's just a fact. So this
You
cannot
can't
be
build a
true.
bridge. You
This
can't build a
cannot-
bridge. It doesn't make sense. Anyway.
You
And you
cannot-
didn't answer the
Does my
question.
mic still
You
sound
didn't
bad?
answer the question. What predictions can you make on your model of creationism?
What predictions can you make based on the idea that George Washington was the first president of the United States? What predictions can you make?
Well, that's not relative to this, though.
It is, because I'm trying to highlight.
We're talking about science. We're talking about a scientific claim of evolution by natural selection that makes predictions and has made thousands of predictions that have come true. How many have creationists
I
made?
can make a prediction right now that'll come true. If my mic is still good, I can predict that if you subject a population of living organisms to consecutive generations of selective breeding, they're going to change. They're not going to.
Are they going to change? Are they going to change into something other than what they originally were, though? Because that's what evolution is claiming.
You can indeed change them enough that they are no longer reproductively compatible with a population of organisms with which they share common ancestry that didn't go through similar changes.
Can I just
That's
ask
a repeatable experiment in the form of the Dodd incipient sexual separation of Drosophila experiment. In 40 generations, she was able to produce a novel species of Drosophila melanogaster separated from the previous generation by geographical isolation, and then prezygotic sexually selective incipient separation. That is textbook biological evolution. That is the biological species concept to a T, and there's countless observations like that. There's marbled crayfish, there's the green warbler, there's all of the artificial selection and evolution in our own agriculture and ethnozoology when we've domesticated other animal species.
Let me just really quick, brother. I will let you go next up at the top corner there. Before I do, I don't want to be dismissive here. Nathaniel's been here for a long time, hasn't gotten a word in edgewise, and Robin came in as well. So I want to give both these people a chance to introduce themselves, and I want to make sure that everybody is part of the conversation. So I'm kind of letting it flow freely, but I may need to just start going one at a time if we don't start kind of being a little bit more respectful of each other, not talking over each other. I'm not trying to be rude to anybody, but I really want to make sure everybody feels equally involved because it's a great conversation. I think everybody is making some really good points, and I want the audience to be able to follow what's happening. So, Nathaniel, we're going to give you a second to introduce yourself. Then we're going to go to Robin, and then up in the top right corner, brother Khalid, you are next, and then we'll go from there. Okay. And I appreciate everyone kind of bearing with this format here. I'm trying to make it functional. So I really appreciate you guys for being so flexible and working with me on this. So Nathaniel, you're up, brother.
Yeah, well, you're doing a good job. I don't think it's a big deal if I'm not, able to talk, because I was just enjoying listening. I showed up. I wasn't really like following the conversation before I came. I'm just kind of popping in between like family duties, and I was actually getting ready to write like my thoughts and then dip out because I gotta go back and finish dinner. But I mean, basically. I think you guys are doing a good job. I think the main thing to remember is like, I'll tell you one thing about the topic, and then I'll go hopefully above that. But I think that I don't approach this from like an empirical science point of view. I don't think that that's the only way to approach things, and I much prefer the philosophical point of view. Like I was reading today and studying Isaac Newton, and there's a lot to be said for the philosophical underpinnings of the scientific establishment and that kind of thing. I think that's really worth talking about. I think sometimes I think that's a more interesting conversation, in my opinion. But that having been said, I'm really always impressed. I'm a creationist. I'm really always impressed with any creationist that can go into that side of the conversation, doesn't just get lost in all the data. And so that's really, A's does a great job. I work with a lot of Catholics that are academic scientists and biologists and stuff like that. And so I'm impressed with that. But I do want to say that I think also like it's the main thing is like, I think that this topic is very divisive, which is fine if we're entertaining each other. But what I like about your channel and the people I know on this channel right now is how everyone's kind of pursuing virtue, and I think that's really good. Khalid, I've talked with him a lot, and he's doing a lot to kind of build peace between Christians and Muslims, which I think is huge, because right now Christians are bombing Muslims in an open attempt to end the world. So that's kind of an issue. I think, and the mirror point I wanted to say that the interaction I've had with him is he's kind of a peacemaker, which I like about that. And I like that ethics are literally all about pursuing virtue. And I've always found that fascinating, because you come from a totally different theological point of view. I mean, from my point of view, virtue is Catholic. So I'm endlessly fascinated by that. And I'm looking forward to talking to A's philosophy. Another thing I like about A's, which is kind of probably not important to you guys, but I'm always really impressed with a Christian that can read the Bible and take it at face value and then work with it. You know what I mean? Like, I think that one of the things I brought up with you is, like, there are things in the Bible like genocide and stuff like that people just kind of breeze over. And I think that's a major problem that creates a lot of discord. So, but I do have to go. But thanks for having me, man. I appreciate that a lot. I'm getting up and running, and hopefully I'll be around.
Respond to one point real quick before you go?
Sure. Who is it though? I can't tell.
My name's Austin.
Oh.
You can call me Austin or Sims. Either one's fine. A Sims is fine.
Okay. Good to meet
just
you.
don't call me Austin Sims. Like, don't call me my whole name every time. That puts me off a little bit. But other than that,
no problem, Mr. Sims. Good to meet you.
Thank you. So you said that in your worldview that virtue is being Catholic, right? Am I misrepresenting you at all?
You are a little bit. I'm not on purpose or anything, because I didn't unpack that. Virtue is Catholic. So what I mean is, it's universal. Virtue is the universal approach to God. God is virtuous. God is virtue itself. So anybody who pursues virtue is pursuing God. It's kind of the way of
that's basically what
God without religion. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. For me, I take a completely different axiology. For me, virtue is based almost in epistemic hygiene and good belief maintenance. For me, virtue begins with curiosity and follows a whole engine of rationality, logic, empiricism, epistemology, and axiology. And I do all that before I even get to science. And I'm not done at science, because I follow science up with fallibilism and harmonism and humanity. And to me, that is a very virtuous way to live, because in my experience, and I think there's some data to back this up, and even philosophy to back this up, like Clifford wrote about the ethics of belief, I think that system produces a lot less, only a portion of dramatically failed predictions with significant moral costs. Like, for instance, the example that Clifford uses is he uses the example of preparing a ship for seafaring. And he uses an example of a ship owner who convinces himself, oh, my ship's made the trip 100 times. I don't want to do all that expensive, exhausting inspection and maintenance. And, it's made the trip so many times. I'm good. He convinces himself that he doesn't need to, expend himself on costly maintenance and inspection. And he compares it to somebody who does the costly, expensive maintenance and inspection, and makes the point that when the ship that wasn't inspected and maintained, when it fails and everybody on board drowns, the incurious ship owner is responsible. He's responsible for all of them drowning and dying. And so I think good epistemic hygiene is the basis of morality. If you have false beliefs, it can cause these dramatically failed predictions with significant moral costs, like the ship owner who convinced himself he didn't need inspections and maintenance.
Yeah, I love that analogy. And I do think before you go, Nathaniel, I just want to tell you, really appreciate the kind words about the channel. I appreciate you saying nice things about A's. He's a friend of mine. Even though we have a lot of fundamental differences, I really do appreciate what A's does on his channel. I know he's trying to promote what I do see as being a much more reasonable interpretation of a lot of things in the Bible, frankly. Now, when it comes to the ethics and stuff, I don't know. We haven't really had those conversations, so it'd be interesting. Maybe in the future we'll be able to do that. But I agree that AIDS has, in my opinion, a more practical view. Like I mentioned earlier in today's show about the Trinity. The AIDS rejects the Trinity, for example, and sees the contradictions between Paul and Jesus. And I just think that comes from having a more critical view of things. And I do respect.
I think I'm the only Trinitarian here. Maybe
possibly. Well, right now, at least at the moment, you probably are. But we still love you anyway.
I love the Trinity.
Absolutely.
I've been talking about it a lot more.
And so I do appreciate the kind words. And you're right. Ethics is something that I focus a lot on. Virtue in particular. I get my virtue from Aristotelian virtue concepts, the golden mean. And so I believe that this is a universal principle we can all attain. I don't base it on a religious or theistic model. I believe virtue is something that we can basically ascertain for ourselves. You can see this in different models as well. Like in Buddhism, for example, you've got the Four Noble Truths ultimately will lead you. The fourth noble truth will lead you to the Eightfold Path. And what this leads you to is what Buddha called the middle way. Very similar to the golden mean, right? So there's this flexibility that you get, which is what Austin's talking about. And the flexibility is as new information comes along, we need to look back at our old beliefs and say, well, how do we need to adapt to this new information? And I think that is virtuous. And I think that this is exactly what Aristotle was talking about. This is what Buddha was talking about, because he received some criticisms from people taking these ideas too rigidly. What is good mind? What is good thought? What is good speech? So on and so forth. And Siddhartha, he would say, well, you're taking this too rigidly. You're not understanding the middle way of what this Eightfold Path is really trying to explain to you. And I think that this rigidity that we get into with what we call dogmas is actually very dangerous. And that's the dangerous side of fundamentalism. And this is something that Khalid and I had a disagreement about, maybe of how I was using this criticism of fundamentalist and extremist religious people. And this is what I see fundamentalism, if I can even talk, as being problematic, because we stop questioning and criticizing what it is we're espousing and what we're claiming in our truth claims. And that's very dangerous, in my opinion. So he took off. He said he had to go. Robin's here. Robin, before we, he left a message or something like that. Okay. So Robin, you're here. Before I move on and let these gentlemen continue to duke it out here, why don't you tell everybody about your fantastic channel? Oh, there he is. He's back. I don't know if you, okay, so I don't know. Tell everybody what you're doing. Robin has a great channel. She's been really killing it. She just hit 200 subs the other day. Really proud of the sister for that. I'm not surprised. I think she's going to do very well. I gave her some really good marketing advice. I said, if you just show some tit every now and again, you'll probably hit 400 subs like fucking in a week. You know,
thumbnails, man. Those thumbnails.
That might not be the best advice. I don't know. I'm new to YouTube, so don't listen to what I'm saying.
That's funny. I was gonna let Nathaniel respond because he came back in. So if you want to let him respond because he came back in. So
we mammals love our mammary glands, don't we?
Yeah,
not wrong, brother. You're not wrong. Okay, I don't want to be so heteronormative around here, but at least a few of us do. Okay, and Nathaniel, did you have any parting words, or you said you had to go?
Well, I'll stick out as long as I can. If,
you don't have
if you
to.
care what I have to say.
Yeah.
I just clicked the quit button is right next to the mute button. That's all.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Sorry. I was actually really interested in what you were saying. I think because you were talking about, I don't really see any contradiction in what Mr. Sims was saying. I mean, obviously, we could dig into these things. There's a reason why all these religions, all these philosophical traditions, Christian, what the Catholic Church would just call heresies, but other Christian beliefs. There's a reason why, and they would call us heretics and all that kind of stuff. There's a reason why, those things have parted. But as far as individuals, it's very easy to see where we agree on things. And I don't think, Catholic virtue, because of Thomas Aquinas, has a lot of Aristotelianism in it. And the golden mean is a part of the four cardinal virtues. They're like the essence of the cardinal virtues. And then as far as which I would love to have that conversation. I'd love to talk about the seven virtues, at some point, maybe we can do that. And then as far as not being flexible on your beliefs, I think that it's a really interesting thing, because ultimately, for virtue to be practiced, it has to be practiced in our context. And we live in society, we live in all these systems, and society is not stable if, I guess we're in kind of a democratic society, so it's a little bit different. But I mean, basically, there has to be some sort of rigidity and some sort of authority where if you're going to change the fundamental beliefs of a society, it has to be done in a certain way. It can't just be every person is up for grabs. Now, I understand, though, that I live in a liberal society now, and I live in a society where my belief system is not what this society is based off of. And that's why when I approach you guys and I come into the public sphere, I don't think of myself. I think the way most Americans think about themselves when they argue is kind of like, well, if I was in charge, it would work great and it would look like this. And I don't think of myself that way. I think of myself as like, I'm a stranger. I have a radically different belief system than what everyone else believes. And I don't expect people to change everything because they met me. And so I approach it in a very respectful way. And I look like St. Paul did to the Greeks. I look at what we agree on and I focus on that, and I try to be realistic. And I think that that's really the right approach, you know.
I think that's, yeah, no, I agree. I think that's one of the reasons you and I have gotten along so well, is because we both try to find common ground. And that's really what I'm trying to do with this channel, is to find, for me, the virtue, the golden mean. And I agree. Aquinas absolutely built off Aristotelian virtue and the golden mean. He was heavily influenced by that. And Aquinas believed that morality was objective. He believed in the natural law, is how he defined it. And so there is really, it's very interesting. And you can look at Aquinas for that. It's he's a really great, well-respected philosopher. And that golden mean concept is really important. And I do respect the Catholic Church for the fact that it is more flexible than Orthodox Protestant churches are. Absolutely. So my understanding is,
the Orthodox are really upset that we love Aristotle so much. And that's something I love the Orthodox. I talk to them all the time.
Aristotle, it's hard to have a favorite philosopher, but Aristotle, if I was forced to pick one, it would probably end up being Aristotle. He's influenced philosophy so much. But Khalid, I know you want to go next, and Robin never did get a chance to introduce herself. So
No,
Robin, you go, and then Khalid, you're up next.
Well, let him go, because I think he needs to go or something. So go ahead and let him.
Okay, Khalid.
He's muted.
Muted.
Yeah, no, I was just waiting for my turn. I thought it would be my turn soon. I thought Robin introduced herself, or wanted to.
No, it will be your turn. Then let Robin go introduce herself, and then I was going to have you go next, because you have been very patient. I appreciate you very much for waiting.
Go for it, Robin. Do you want to introduce yourself?
I'm going to listen to Robin, and then I'm going to leave. But I really enjoyed this. And if you guys ever need an explanation of the Trinity, I'm happy to do that. I'm going to defend that now anywhere I go. But we don't have to make it about that right now.
It's
Fair
a
enough.
totally valid point. I'm not doing this to make light of it just because I think it's funny. We truly do live in a society. Born to shit, forced to wipe.
People
Am
forget.
I right?
People forget. Yeah, this society is built off of an idea of how to make everyone get along. I don't think it's a great idea, but that's what it's based off of. You know.
Well, we will have a conversation about virtue and ethics, and maybe we might get into that later today. But evolution seems to be the topic on hand, and people Khalid and A's are making some really good pushback, and so I didn't want to derail it so much. I apologize for that. Trying to get everybody involved is very difficult. I'm trying to manage all this, but we'll go to Robin.
It's my fault. I want to listen to that.
No worries, and then we'll go Khalid, and then we'll kind of open it up. So, Robin, sister, I know I've said this about 10 times, but really, it's your turn. It is your turn.
Hey, Daniel, and I know some of y'all know Ace, and of course I know Austin and Chris and Scott. So the rest of you, hello, I'm Robin Webster. I'm an atheist. I was raised young Earth creationist, missionary Baptist in Kentucky, and I kind of fell away from religion over some issues I had with like the concept of hell. And pretty much the existence of evil that to me was contradictory to the loving God thing. like I've heard it, I've had it. People have tried to make apologetics for it. I don't accept any of those answers as satisfactory. And after I dabbled in what I thought was witchcraft for a little while, which then I finally kind of came to started studying like biology, evolution. I was not taught evolution in school, even though I should have been. You know what I mean? Because it was supposed to have been in school way before I graduated. I mean, I'm 57, but still I should have been taught evolution, and I wasn't. And I feel like I was cheated because once I studied evolution, I realized that it was just a very dishonest of my parents for not. But I understand that they're older and they but I feel like that there's a lot of hand waving of like information and data that cannot be answered through the religious worldview. Like this young Earth creationist biblical view does not answer the data that we see anywhere. It doesn't answer any of the data on any of the sciences, geology, biology, microbiology, embryology, nothing. And I feel like that. I mean, like we may find out there are some parts of evolution that we have gotten wrong so far, but I feel like that's the good thing about science is that it updates its current models according to the information that we get, instead of just sticking to this is my worldview, and anything that doesn't conform with this worldview must be wrong, and I have to make all the data fit into this box. And I think that is very rigid. I became like involved with a group called Pangburn. I don't know if most of you probably never heard of them, but the leader is like Travis Pangburn, and he does a lot of debates and stuff on YouTube, where he hosts debates and everything. And he has like like 7 virtues of the Pangburn universe, and one of them is fallibility. And I think that fallibility, I've found that like I cannot think of any time when having a fallible position is a bad idea. Like there is, because I don't believe that we can have certainty in anything. And I'm like that too I think that every now and then I need to go through my beliefs that the things I believe and put them to that test. And if they fail, no matter how much they mean to me, I need to just turn them loose and take on what follows with the better information that we have. And that's all I got to say.
Yeah, we're going to go to Khalid next. And Robin, I want to just commend you because I don't know how to do clips of videos and shorts and stuff. Like I know how to film a short with my phone or whatever, but I need to clip that because I think that is so important of a message, is being willing to face your own beliefs and question your own beliefs. It's so difficult for all of us, no matter what we're talking about, religion, politics, social beliefs, whatever it is. We all have things that we hold on to, that we hold dearly. And it can be really difficult for us to want to face those and consider the fact that, one, that we're wrong about anything because we have egos, right? But the other thing is we tend to build our quote unquote worldviews around these beliefs. And so we pull that, it's like pulling a leg out from under the table, and it can be very shaky and stuff. And so I really commend you. I've been very vocal about how much respect I have for you as a person. And this is exactly why. This is exactly the kind of thing I'm talking about. And I'm so glad that you shared that with everybody. Khalid, your patience is a virtue, speaking of virtue, and you've been very gracious. So please take the floor, brother.
Cool. I'll try to make lots of small points really quickly. So first of all, I think it's great that people are being open-minded here. I was an atheist for a while. We shouldn't try to believe that just because you're an atheist, you're the only open-minded people. Religious people are open-minded as well, I think, but there might be different degrees of openness. Like some people could be atheists and narrow-minded. Some people could be religious and narrow-minded. So it's great to hear like Robin, different people are open-minded and questioning their beliefs. I wanted to ask A's philosophy because I think me and A's are probably the only religious people out here at the moment. Is that true? A's, are you religious? Are you Christian of some sort?
I'm a Christian, yeah.
Cool. So we keep, I think amongst the atheists, you guys keep going back to the point that somehow change is evidence of a natural selection form of evolution. So my quick question for you is just to check: do you believe that there is change throughout time in creation? Do you have a problem with that? Because I don't have a problem with the fact that change exists.
Oh no. That's where the equivocation of the term evolution comes. We've already seen it multiple times in this very discussion, where they'll switch between this idea of the change of allele frequencies within a population, which no one disputes, and then they'll act. But most people, what we are usually discussing is the idea that all life evolved from a universal common ancestor, and that's where the real disagreements lie. No one is disputing that there are changes over time in populations. Nobody.
There might even, I don't know if they're about common ancestor, but I think the real core issue maybe is that, was it guided or is it some sort of random process? Like,
it could be guided. Yeah, intelligently guided evolution is a very real possibility. I think it goes to the idea of whether intelligence was necessary. And I can very well accept that some sort of super intelligent being or whatever guided the process, but it couldn't have happened by just random genetic mutations. That is impossible.
So we agreed, and I think that's what people need to just generally remember, that just the fact that there's change, that's not countering any of the arguments I'm making or even A's is making. Very quickly, I tried to say this argument in the beginning, but I was kind of stopped from explaining it, but I'll do it really quickly. Mathematically, you cannot believe in random evolution just by simple things like hemoglobin. So hemoglobin made out of 4 strands of proteins, each I think I get it mixed up now. Is it enzyme? Has 22 options. You've got 141 in each strand. Just a simple maths to go through all those options. And if you evolved every millisecond, you wouldn't have enough time in the universe to create even.
It doesn't have to go through every one of those options. That's the problem. That's what I meant when I said that math is wrong.
You have to let
artificially inflates the sample
I've been waiting
space.
for a long time. You just need to have some patience.
I already addressed this argument. I'm trying to save you time.
You haven't. All you did is talk over me. That's what you did, right? Okay. So
I
basically,
already addressed this argument. I told
that's
you
your claim.
you're overinflating the sample space.
Let me
if you
cook. No, I'm not.
make the size of the denominator too large, then you're going to not have enough time.
Anyway,
if you use a correct denominator, you have plenty of time.
Right now. What you're saying is
and the
gibberish.
whole mathematical argument is silly anyways because it's refuted by observation.
No, it isn't. Yeah, it is.
No,
It's
making
not refuted by observation.
Sims, your expertise is making lots of claims, unfounded claims, right? So the point is, simple bit of maths, and I'll try to be really quick, but try not to disrupt me, right? If you just did 22 times, basically 22 factorial, 141 times, right? Times 4.
It's 20. Right? It's 20, but it's
20. Exactly. I'm even rounding it down. I even said 141, whereas 146, right? Things like that, right? You wouldn't have enough time, enough milliseconds in the universe to create even the hemoglobin, not even near it, not even a fraction. Like you're saying sample space, and there's not even you need trillions and trillions of universes to create a single hemoglobin.
I think we understand your point, and your point is wrong. You're like a person sitting on an airplane mid-flight. You're like a person sitting on an airplane mid-flight who has worked out on paper that heavier than air travel is impossible.
Your problem is
your math is obviously wrong. It's contradicted by basic observations.
Anyway,
and I can explain to you how your math is wrong because you're inflating the denominator.
And I couldn't even talk for 30 seconds. So that kind of demonstrates your behavior.
Get off the meta, dude.
Anyway, the next point, I think you're making some other really interesting points about virtue. What is virtue? Virtue is actually too complicated for a single person to figure out within a day. And atheists are really struggling with that. Like, for example, how do you manage societies? They can't even, without being insulting, and this is not the idea of being insulting, right? Okay. As society is becoming more atheistic, we're losing all the structures that bound people together, right? There's lots of evidence to say depression is going is increasing as, and I'm a Muslim, I'm not a Christian, as church attendance is going down in England, at least, and many places in the West, depression is going up. And the reason why I even promote people becoming at least Christians, if they find it too hard to become Muslim because it's too foreign to them, I would say at least it creates connections in societies that atheists are struggling to create, right? So the idea that you can go through some golden mean and figure stuff out, you can't, because it's way too complex. There's so many problems, endless problems. And I can demonstrate that atheists are struggling with it because it's Muslims, for example, who are having lots of children, are sticking to marriage, and atheists are not, right? So they're not figuring things out. That's my short version.
Yeah, we'll work our way around the room, guys. I appreciate you guys being so patient, and please do let everyone talk freely before we respond. And I will respond to that. First of all, I'll throw you a bone and say that you're absolutely right to a certain degree that the atheist, the skeptic community has not, because it's not actually a community. What it is, it's a common understanding where people are separating themselves from a belief in God, but that doesn't give you a new belief. And this is one of the problems that I have, is that somebody asked me, I was doing a show with a previous guest I had, Tristan Gabriel, really smart young man. If you didn't see that show, I think that was either last week or the week before. I did a show, he interviewed me on his channel one time, and he asked me, if I could snap my fingers, would I just get rid of all religion in the world? And I said, no, actually I wouldn't. And the reason is because of exactly what you're talking about, Khalid, and you're absolutely right. What are we going to replace those beliefs with? Because it gives people a sense of community. And that is true. That's demonstrably true. I agree to 100%. I don't think it's a good idea because the Ku Klux Klan is a type of a community, right? We all agree that that's not a good community. That's not healthy. So just because we have a community, a like-minded people, doesn't mean that's necessarily a good idea. There's something called cognitive or collective ignorance. You get a bunch of people together that all believe in the same thing. It might be the wrong idea, but they all believe it together because the guy next to him believes it, and the guy next to that guy believes it, and the guy next to that guy believes it. And pretty soon everybody believes this really bad idea. And they're promoting bad ideas, and nobody's stepping back from the group and looking at it and saying, hey, this is actually not a good idea. So just because religions create a community isn't necessarily a good thing in and of itself. I would also respond by saying that correlation is not necessarily causation. And I would also say that just because marriage statistics are not necessarily caused due to religious beliefs or non-beliefs. There's a whole lot of psychology, sociology that we could unpack there. But I do think that it's, to be fair to you, I agree with you about the community comment. I absolutely agree with you. And I think that is something that the atheist agnostic group of people need to address, but to start to build communities that are based more on secular humanism and things of that nature. And I know there are groups out there that are trying to do this. There are local atheist groups. I think if wherever you live, I know in my city, there's a number of different groups that actually have meetings and get together and try to promote this community, sense of community. As far as the virtues and stuff being too difficult for a person to understand, I disagree with that. I do agree that it's difficult because people have to be willing to step back and look at the bigger picture. But I believe that objective morality gets us the solution to that by starting with equality. Once we start with the core structure that we're all human beings, that we're all equal, that we all have, we're all moral agents. We all have a need. Agency means that we set goals and take actions. We all need our freedom and well-being to accomplish any of our goals. Therefore, we should consider that to be an equal right. And if it's an equal right, we ought not interfere with each other's freedom and well-being. And you can really build up pretty systematically from this. I've made this argument many times. A lot of people who follow me have heard it. In fact, I will be having Dr. Carrier on my channel, who's atheist and believes in objective morality. He'll be here on the 12th. And he and I will be discussing objective morality from the secular viewpoint. So you might want to tune into that. I'm really excited. I'm a big fan of Dr. Carrier's work. So I know Scott, Chris, you guys have been very patient. And so you guys want to pick between the two of you who wants to have the floor. And Austin, I know, do you have to go?
I can add on to your point really quick.
Sure.
Not only does correlation not establish causation, even if there is a causative link, the nature of that causative link matters. Like, I could see why society would be slightly more depressed as we're collectively waking up and figuring out that religious people played a huge prank on the rest of us by pretending to know their God exists when they actually don't know that, and he probably actually doesn't.
By the way, I'll say this, like, not to get microscopic about it, but I always, like, whether we're talking about evolution, whether we're talking about morality, whether we're talking about whatever, for me, I always take the approach of I'm an advocate for good epistemology. I'm an advocate for the methodology that goes into how we know what we know. And it seems to me, and I hope you don't, this is not a direct criticism, but it's an observation. It seems like the way you approach the origin of life and the way you approach our sociological issues is kind of with the same brush. You because of there's gaps or uncertainty or question marks in the answers we're offering you, you're just basically saying, well, then my dogmatic answer bleaches the scoreboard, because you would rather choose a certainty in dogma than the ambiguity or the question marks of what we might call empirical knowledge or collectivist understanding.
Can I respond?
Okay.
And this, well, one of the reasons I reject evolution is how corrosive I think it is to society's moral framework.
Those are two
I know it is.
somewhere.
It is. It's not 100% correlated to everything you said, but we're talking about why it is. You're talking about why it is we believe what we do, an analysis of its effect on society. Objective ethics talked about how his morality is based on the framework that everyone's equal. Wait a minute. According to evolution, we all evolved from apes.
No.
Hold on. Wasn't it that one ape became smarter and superior to the other apes and then survived and eventually started the human lineage? In evolution, there's no equality. It's all about survival of the fittest. It's all about one group. Hold on, let me finish. One group dominating the other and gathering all the resources. So if you want to accept evolution, you're going to have to accept the fact that it's inherently, there's no basis for equality in any of it.
That's false, dude. That's false.
Yeah, I think that is I can see where you would say that, but I do think this is a misunderstanding that a lot of people have when it comes to survival of the fittest. And I'm not the biologist here, Austin is, and so he's probably more well qualified to respond to that. But survival of the fittest means fitting within the environment, not the strongest survive, right? That's not the same thing. It gets misunderstood or misused, and I feel like that's kind of what we're saying. The guy with the biggest stick wins. That is not what survival of the fittest actually represents in evolution or biology. We are a social species. Therefore, cooperation is paramount to our success and our, our survival. So if cooperation is paramount to our survival as human beings, it only makes sense that we would come up with a common, some kind of system where we're working together. And the best system for working together is recognize that all people are equal. And we also—
But they're not equal. I hate to interrupt, but the problem is you have random genetic mutations necessarily making everything unequal all the time. So you can't have equality. It's impossible in this system.
Everything is a living thing struggling against the forces of entropy to survive.
So let me ask you this.
Your argument might carry some water if the only ecological relationships were predator-prey relationships. Species cooperate all the time. In fact, they become dependent on each other all the time. Everything you see is existing in an ecological web of relationships.
You're making statements
that are a lot more than just predation, and that is a result of the fact that we are all equally evolved from our common ancestor. We are evolved for a specific niche. That is the reason we are still surviving. And 99% of the organisms that have ever existed are in the scrap bin.
All right, you're good at filibustering. Let me ask you a question.
Actually, listen to what he's saying, though.
Well, it doesn't make, because he's making wildly, outrageously demonstrably. All right, everyone's equal. Every human is equally evolved. Let's just let's tackle it.
We are literally all the exact same species. We are all
can I say
biotic, archaean,
objective? He talks too much. He keeps talking over everybody.
Asim
keeps talking over everybody. I want to hear A's philosophy for once.
Yeah, let me. I just want to ask him.
I was expanding on my point.
Let me ask you a question. Yet. So, are humans equally intelligent to chimpanzees?
I would say that intelligence is not an easily quantifiable thing.
Yes or no? Give me a yes or no. This is
a chimpanzee is very intelligent for the environment it exists in the niche it exists in. It doesn't have a need for the kind of tools we use to survive in its niche.
Are humans equally intelligent to a frog?
Again, you're just comparing.
Yes
It's
or
a
no?
category error.
Listen.
A
Are
frog
humans-
doesn't have the kind of human intelligence
Okay, so
that
no.
I
thank you.
have. It has
So-
its own intelligence. It has
so-
an intelligence suited to its niche. I would never be as good at jumping on lily pads as a frog is.
But then,
Let me-
I just want. Can I make a quick?
You're
point before we
dodging.
move forward?
I just-
Quick point.
are-
Quick point. Quick point.
No.
You're
this
making
is-
a very
this is silly.
nebulous point about something
Right.
that's extremely difficult to quantify.
Because what you're making a claim that all human beings are equally evolved, and you know that can't be possible within
They
your
are.
system.
They're literally the exact same species.
So are all humans equally intelligent?
So just because every single human isn't the exact same carbon copy of another human isn't how we're gauging equality. So equality is not the same thing as saying everything is exactly alike, but it comes down to a fundamental level of, do they have an equal needs, equal rights, equal abilities is not the question. So some people can run faster than other people. That doesn't make the faster guy better than the slower guy, because the slower guy may be a mathematical genius, for example. So we don't
Here's the
quantify
problem.
equality in these ways.
There's variability in every generation of
It comes down
humans.
to environmental
Excellent.
harmony. So an
Thank
example
you.
of what I think Austin was saying that I think might be a good example is think of a predator, for example, like an alligator, right? Alligators eat meat, animals all the time, right? They're opportunity hunters, right? But what happens is they have stuff that gets in their teeth, and they will allow certain species of birds to come fly and land in their mouths and clean their teeth for them without chopping the bird down. Now, that bird technically should be food to that alligator, right? So there's this environmental harmony, I think, may be an example of what kind of Austin was talking about.
Yeah,
Let me-
symbiotic
Let's
relationship.
let Scott and
The
Chris
species
also.
I have one more point.
conversation.
I have one more point. You all should know, in the 20th century, there was a massive movement called the eugenics movement, and it was based on Darwin's
Incorrect.
ideas.
No,
Hold
well,
on, can I finish? Can I finish? Like,
Can
literally
you finish
one point?
spewing anti-science propaganda?
There-
No.
no,
I think
this-
I'm going to
the
interrupt you and
eugenics
tell you
movement-
that's just point blank incorrect. It's
You
actually a
let me
really
talk.
silly and really stupid argument. You think no
Let me make
group
the argument.
you
Let me
think
make the
no
argument.
group
wait,
of
let him make the
humans
argument.
you think
That
no
means that
group
they
of
do.
humans
It
ever
makes
got the
more
idea that they were superior to another group of humans
Austin,
before there was
eugenics
evolutionary
Austin,
theory?
let
It's
them give them
stupid.
the
It's a
rope,
ridiculous
Austin.
argument.
Austin,
Stems,
let them have the
stems.
rope. Let them have the rope.
Yeah.
Let them have
Let
the
me
rope.
just make this point. The eugenics movement in the 20th century was based on Darwin's ideas of evolution and
No.
eliminating the less fit members of society. And you're talking about equality when the direct logical conclusion of Darwinian evolution is that we have to eliminate the
No.
less fit members of society.
Eugenics is based on racial purity, not Darwinian evolution, you goon. What are you talking about?
Austin, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
Let them have the rope.
Let's
Just
not
hold
call
on a
people names and let's not talk over people. Historically, I'm sure you've heard of the Spartans. They go way back beyond Darwin's evolution. The Spartans were known for throwing babies that they didn't think were fit off of the face of a cliff. This goes way back into the, the 4th, 5th century before the Common Era or whatever it was. Maybe even older than that a little bit. So this is not something that's related to Darwin. And the other thing is that just because people pick and choose parts of Darwinian evolution or Darwin's theory doesn't mean that evolution itself is problematic, because Darwin may have gotten some things wrong. Darwin, I can't remember the origin of man or what
Origin of species.
On the descent of man.
Descent of man, yeah. So in Descent of Man, he absolutely did make claims about white race versus black race and stuff. That's absolutely wrong. We know that now because of what they're saying is that we look back at information and we correct ourselves as best we can, right? So we right the ship. So picking and choosing, isolating different claims that are bad claims or unethical claims out of particular groups of people that are isolated doesn't necessarily mean the claim itself is false. Scott, you haven't had a chance to talk at all. Austin,
I'm just going to go in a minute. Can I just?
Yeah,
I'm just going to go.
if you want
Because it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning here. I'll have to wake up in a few hours for morning prayers.
Okay, so
I just want to check.
I'll tell you what I do for everybody here, brothers. I give you a chance to have a final word and uninterrupted. And so you've got the floor. Tell people about your channel, how they can find you. Make sure you email me a link to your channel because I don't think I have it, and I'll get it plugged into the description of this video. So it's nice to have you here today. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for having me as well. But did you get my email that when Claire introduced us, objective morality. I forgot your channel.
You know, objective ethics. You know, I may have actually. You have to forgive me. I manage a company for work, and I've been overloaded, really overloaded with my in real life stuff, and so I may have missed that, but I probably did get it.
Sure.
Sure.
If you want my channel, just search Helpful Ahmadi. But I'm actually interested in talking to, you know, having one-to-ones with just about anybody in this group. So A's or whoever, or I've already forgotten the names. Could you put the multiple screen thing on? Because I can't remember the names of the different channels. Yeah, thanks. So, I mean, for example, if I go through it really quickly, A's, like how would I, if you're interested, do you do live streams? Would you be interested?
Yeah, I have a channel. It's just A's Philosophy, just like it says.
Cool. So I'll check out the channel. I mean, A Sims, happy. I mean, we're just disagreeing, but happy to do a one-to-one. Mirror Point, sure. Chris, Robin, whoever. Can I quickly go around and ask, like, A Sims, do you do like live streams?
Yep.
And
I
would you be
do live streams on my own channel, which is called Scientific Origins. I participate in other panels, like I regular on Saturday Night at the Atheist over at
how would I
Atheism. You? I'm a regular at Mega Bloodbath Debates.
That's great. So how would I contact you, ASIMS? Like,
my channel is Scientific Origins, and my email is right up there on my channel, so you can email me right from that.
Scientific. Okay, I'll rewind.
Khalid, you can come back after this video posts, and I will have in the description of this video. I definitely have Austin's link to his channel in there. I will, so you can find it that way. A's, I know I've got a link to his as well already, so you can definitely check out the description of this video to find those. And know that email. I did get an email. It looks like Khalid. Is that right?
Yep, that's right.
Yep. Yeah, I did get an email from you, so I could respond to that, and we can make it. I'd be happy to have a 1v1 conversation with you. I didn't say 1v1, but a one-on-one conversation where you and I can discuss whatever you'd like to. I'm really interested in discussing ethics. That's really philosophy, and ethics is my wheelhouse. Evolution is outside my wheelhouse, but I think you guys did a great job with that conversation. So, did you want to have any final words?
I just want to say the final words is. Even though like we're having a debate format and I might be countering whatever, doesn't mean like I hate anybody. In fact, the way I was brought up, what Ahmadi Muslims are famous for is our motto, love for all, hatred for none. So you're all my brothers and sisters, and looking forward to further conversation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, my archaean, eukaryotic, catarrhine, haplorhine, primate, simiform, brother in the genus Homo and the species Sapiens.
I'll take that as a compliment, whatever that means.
It's an amazing compliment. Imagine the overwhelming odds we had to overcome just to exist. Blows my mind.
Sure. It is amazing that we're here. It's true. I agree. Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. Bye.
Thank you for stopping by, brother. It's a pleasure having you here today. You're very, very well behaved, very polite, and you brought some great points. I can see you're very intelligent. So I look forward to interacting with you again. So, Scott, you've been so patient, brother, and I appreciate you so much for that. I know it's tough trying to get in.
I'm going to bounce soon too, but what I just wanted to bring up, because I kind of came in the middle of right into the middle of the conversation, but just kind of introduce who I am. I mean, I am an atheist, non-dualist, right? So I come at things with worldviews a little bit different than everybody here, I would guess. But the one thing that I'm also one of the big virtues that I hold is skepticism, is how we can show self-respect and also respect to others. Not hyper-skepticism, but being a healthy amount of skepticism. You can ask questions about literally anything. So I'm not here to just ask questions about people who deny evolution, or I don't just question creationists. I also can question evolutionists. Right? Natural selection. Maybe one of those could be like, what is the empirical limit of small changes? Do we have a clear demonstration that they can produce entirely new body plans or major transitions, right? How do we rigorously calculate the probability of complex biological systems that is supposed to arise through unguided mutation and selection? And I also like to study these things seriously. So I don't like to just go through the old-fashioned talking points. You know, there's a lot of progress being made recently. Like if you look into there, because creationists have questions. They have valid questions. They see intelligence in nature, and they infer that there must be an intelligent designer, right? Well, is there a third option on the table that can kind of bridge these things together? Well, there's a guy named Michael Levin who talks about, different ways that nature has intelligence sort of embedded within it, at least in biological systems. So he's not like an intelligent design person, but he and his collaborators argue that processes like maybe development, like morphogenesis and regeneration, aren't just blind chemical reactions. And instead, he argues that they have features we might describe as goal-directed, information-rich, and responsive situations. Like cells communicate through biological network or bioelectric networks, and can adjust outcomes in context-sensitive ways. There's like collective intelligence among like even the neurons in our body, even the bacteria in our body, so forth and so on. He's got predictive experiments that were peer reviewed and that at least offer another explanation outside of intelligent design or blind processing in nature. Maybe both of those things are wrong. Maybe there's a middle ground we can look at. So Michael Levin and his collaborators kind of demonstrate that you can actually do that. You can actually do the science to answer that question, and it's worth looking at. So for me, I don't really just call religious people or creationists stupid people. I think they have valid reasons. When I look at the trees, I do see maybe the fingerprint of some kind of intelligence, right? I may see it that way, but other people may not. Maybe when they look at the trees, they see nothing but blind processing. But a lot of this is based on, maybe our presuppositions going into it, our priors in our philosophy and worldviews, which is shaped by, how we were raised, what our influences are, stuff like that. And I think the way out of that trap is to be skeptical, to just ask questions, not just assume our dogmas or assume that we have, the answers because it comes from our favorite speakers or communities, whether they're religious or scientific or whatever the case may be. But I just wanted to bring that out. I'm a non-dualist, so I see that everybody is, I think objective ethics, you brought up something about equality. I think that there's another way to look at that too. I think you were challenged on that. Like evolution does see like the strongest will survive, and it's the aggressors who come out on top. The alpha creatures come out on top or whatever. And I agree with you. A fitness advantage could be cooperation, but also useful fictions can be evolved traits. Like we have type 1, type 2 errors that help protect us in survival situations.
Hyperactive agency detection, yeah,
stuff like that. And science it shows a lot of that stuff, like phenotype. Fitness advantages due to our imagination. The way that we are abstract thinkers sort of supports us. And so, religion could be one of those evolved traits, but it's something that we can, recognize and acknowledge. But anyways, I don't want to go on too much with my little dumb talking point, but I just had to go, and I just wanted to share that real quick.
No, I didn't realize that was your final word. I should have given you the stage. Well, nobody was interrupting you anyway, so
yeah.
Oh, Scott. Yeah, I hate Seeley.
I think religion for sure is an evolved trait. I think religion, cooperative belief in common watchful deities became a kind of group selection because if you believe there's a common watchful deity, it's easier for you to do commerce with somebody you've never met, and your group can get larger, and the larger tribe can destroy the smaller tribe more easily. So the larger tribe has the selective advantage. And yeah, I do think that there is an evolutionary driver to religious beliefs for sure.
I think the thing to remember is, I talked about this the other day on someone else's channel, is that we have three types of thank you. We have three types of evolution, essentially. Okay. We've got biological evolution, which is the slowest, takes the longest amount of time. We've got social evolution, which is quite a bit faster than biological evolution. But then we've got technological evolution, which grows exponentially. So these things because they don't grow at the same rate, they're always going to kind of, they're all growing, but they're just not at the same time, but just not at the same rate. And so how our beliefs fit into things, our capabilities, and then how our genetics kind of fit into all of this. For example, because of technological evolution grows so fast, we're able to produce things and do things long before we're ever able to really just understand whether or not we should be doing these things, because social evolution is so slow, right? So we get ahead of ourselves all the time with technology. And this is why we're fucking up this planet, is because we started getting into the Industrial Revolution and burning all these fossil fuels, and our entire economies, our entire world order now is based on burning fossil fuels. And now we're starting to realize, you know what, that's probably not a good idea, right? So I hate to be a climate alarmist, but this is the time to make changes, and the time for talking about this stuff is long past, but because of this unbalanced growth rate, this is the kind of stuff that we run ourselves into. So religion fits into this, that these religious beliefs have evolved. It evolves with social evolution. So it's evolving faster than biological evolution, but much slower than technological evolution. The sciences are far outpacing these what seem to be now archaic religious beliefs. So this is kind of, we're on this constant battle of trying to coordinate all this together. So just to kind of highlight a little bit what you're saying there.
Yeah, we're using like V3000 software on V1 or V70 hardware at this point. Like you're totally right.
Right, absolutely. That's a good analogy. That's a good analogy for the techies out there. Yeah.
But also, I'll say that I think, going more to like a root cause analysis of it, is I think we've created this kind of cultural belief that power is a virtue, so that those who have power, those who have wealth, those who have authority, those who have whatever, are somehow in a privileged position to tell the hoi polloi that their way is the best way, right? And to get even more kind of confrontational, I think the earliest example of that is the kind of commodification of religion, when the rulers and the emperors learned the quick hack to say that they're god kings. All of a sudden, any social disruption is now seen as heretical disruption, and then you're going to get the people who are assigned into that religious dogmatic thinking to now circle the wagons. So I think the greatest hack that power has ever tapped into is blurring that line between the logos and the pathos, and turning it into ethos to get all fancy about it. You know what I mean?
Have you ever read Germs, Guns, and Steel by Jared Diamond? It's a great book.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Yeah.
I bet you'd enjoy it.
No, that's a great point. It doesn't. Oh, go ahead, Robin.
I just want to say, I understand Austin. Like, Austin is a biologist, and he studies science, and so he's very, very, you're fired up about the science, and I love that. But I kind of push back on him a little bit. Like, I differ a little bit with him when it comes to like the intentions behind religion. I don't see as much malicious intent as what I think that Austin sees. Like, I think that what he's correct about how it's used, but I think that the origins of it and the maintenance of it throughout time are less intentional by people. I think that I don't think that most religious people in the world are scamming us or lying to us. Like, I don't believe that
that's fair.
I don't believe that is something like, I don't believe my parents were intentionally lying to me about God. I believe that they truly believe that. And I believe that most religious beliefs, once you kind of get into a certain faith, and everybody around you has these experiences, and you have those experiences in your religion, because I had experiences, you know what I mean? Like I thought I was saved, you know what I mean? Like I went to the altar and got down and prayed and went to church for years thinking that, you know, I was going to heaven because I had gotten this salvation from God. And I think that that's all stuff that, hold on just a minute. I've got somebody coming in, so hold on just a minute. I'll have to show you.
Just so she could turn her back on Jesus after all that.
Well, I think that that's a really valid point. And I think, and I didn't actually get the impression that that's what was being said, but I'm glad for the clarification anyway. I think that it's been well documented. In fact, Voltaire said this. Marx said this. There's probably been a number of people that I could name right now that are saying, if you want to get people to do some really, really bad shit, use religion as the motivator. And that's just a fact. We look at it historically. You know, I don't think that individually, the significant majority, and I mean significant, like, and I have no way of quantifying this, so I'm just shooting from the hip here, but I think you could say 90 to 99% of the people that were involved in things like the Inquisitions and the Crusades and the Salem witch trials and all this other bullshit, I think on an individual basis, if you remove them from that community, they would not behave in that manner if you gave them a different structure. But they were heavily motivated by a belief in something that is they're afraid of, which is death or a deity, a powerful God, somebody watching them when they're asleep and all this other stuff. And those are understandable fears, even whether they're well-founded or not. You know what I mean? Not everybody, but most people are afraid to die. That's why evolution works, because we want to survive as organisms. It's ingrained in us, right? So we want.
Peace out, guys. I got to roll. Y'all be good. Nice
Thank
to
you
see
for stopping by, Scott. Appreciate your input.
All right,
I
brother.
appreciate you being so polite and not jumping on over everybody in the conversation. It's tough when everybody's trying to talk at once. But at any rate, you know, you mentioned the hyperactive agency detection device, the HADD. This is part of the brain. It gives us this ability, quote unquote, to basically ascribe, or not ability, this desire to ascribe agency to phenomenon that we observe. And it has been part of our survival, right? As a species, it causes us to be cautious about things. The rustling in the bushes, that might be a lion. It's a good idea to think these ways because it keeps you from just going and playing around in the bushes when there might be a fucking lion there. Unfortunately, it could be the wind. And so as much as it has helped us evolve, it can also be problematic, which is why I think what Austin was saying earlier, and what Robin was saying, and some other people mentioned as well, the ability and the willingness to look at what we believe and look at the claims we're making and constantly do this and go over, okay, what am I really believing? Science does this, which is why I'm a big supporter of science and naturalism over dogmas and religion and things of this nature, because they really discourage you to ask questions, whereas science is continuous. It's an open format. Anybody can address the science. That's why I don't buy into these conspiracy theories about, oh, evolution is this big conspiracy theory that it just makes no sense. And I went over the numbers earlier to refute that. That's the most nonsensical claim. I don't, you know, even if you try to tell me the devil's pulling the strings behind all this, it still doesn't make sense by the numbers, given the fact that all these scientists are religious people. Simos, it's so good to have you join us. I think this is the first time on your show, and man, I've watched you so much on
It is.
Captive Death channel and stuff, so it's such an honor to have you here, brother.
Oh, well, thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. It's an honor to be here. I just want to just say one thing about the fear. I mean, obviously, it says actually in the Bible that fear is the beginning of, I don't know what, something or another. If you don't fear God, right,
Wisdom.
then wisdom. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm an atheist, full on. I've never been a Christian, so I don't have that experience in my background. However, I would just say that from my observations in life in general, and the way people move in and out of religion, they tend to move out in like maybe mid-teens to late teens, and then move back into it once they get into relationships and have kids. That's been a general thing. So I think that points very heavily at the fears, and the main fear is not of death, because I think, you know, in general, we've had to overcome that by the time we're 12 or something, really, right? Otherwise, we go through existential crisis through our puberty, and that is like terrible. So I do think that the social isolation is the main fear which drives people to religion, and it's not just indoctrination. Obviously, the indoctrination is a big part of it when your parents, deliberately as authority figures tell you that it's true. Then of course you've got no reason to believe it's false, right? Because everything they've said up to that point has kept you alive. They feed you, etc., etc. It's like it's like the Skinner thing, isn't it? Right? Enforced behavior. So, like, I'm not blaming people for taking Christianity seriously, but what it does, of course, as far as I can see, is the dogma blinds you to reason, and that's the main issue, right? So, yeah, go ahead. I think I've said the point. So, yeah.
Sorry, yeah. I only talked before you finished talking because I thought I'd lose it if I didn't. I'm pretty sure. Am I the only religious person left here?
No, technically, Dark Light also has a very interesting. To me, it sounds like deism, but I think he does call it theism. But he's got it. He's got a spiritual belief, if I could call it that. Dark Light. I don't know how to best frame that.
All right.
I'm theistical, but I'm not religious.
That's interesting. Okay. So in that case, I'm a representative.
Religion requires dogma, and I don't adhere to any dogmas.
Okay, so I'm a dogmatist. Let's say that. So, because I'm a Catholic, I'm a sincere, devout Catholic. I agree to everything that the church teaches in its magisterium. All the dogmas, I think they're good things. I think that they make people generally more reasonable and more intelligent. So that's what I'm representing. I think now, not to say that people don't become blind and whatnot, and they generally what happens is they don't understand a dogma, and we live in a world that's full of a lot of conflict, where you go out into the public sphere and people don't agree with you, and so you're always having to defend yourself, and I think that ends up you end up defending dogmas that you don't understand, and then you adhere to things, and so that does make you blind. So I agree with you on that point. Which is the biggest problem in the church right now. But I do want to say this. I think I would disagree with you. I think the biggest fear that people have, maybe it's only certain types of people, more melancholic people that kind of think deeply about things. But I think people have a fear of meaninglessness. And for me, my favorite book of the Bible is Ecclesiastes, and the fact that it said life is meaningless and that was the translation I read at the time, so fascinating to me, and that drew me into Christianity because it seemed so honest. I thought it was just amazing, and I was always disappointed by every sermon I ever heard in that book, because you have the whole book is all like life is meaningless. This is how it's meaningless. That people work, then they die. Very, very illustrative. It's like reading Nietzsche. And then at the end, these Christians are like, oh yeah, but then he says, but if you just believe in God and you'll be fine. It's like, well, he said a lot of other things too. So I don't think, I love that. I understand that you want to smooth that out to make it easy, but in fact, that book is fascinating for dealing with that. So I just wanted to disagree. I do think that fear of death is a big motivator. Fear of, I can't quite remember what you said now. What was it you said?
I said isolation, social isolation.
Isolation. Oh yeah, no, that's definitely true. Yeah, I've got that right now. I don't want to be kicked out of my group. It's happened to me many times for intellectual agreements or disagreements. I've been kicked out of groups, especially when you have children. Yeah, that's probably a huge motivator too. But I do think a lot of people, especially like teenagers and whatnot, I think that they're motivated by the fear that life has no meaning. I think that's the case.
For me personally, I think if they haven't, I think most kids have dealt with the fear of death. I mean, that's why parents buy them pets, right? So their pets die and they can feel grief, right? So they can feel the grief and then address the existential crisis that comes with being human.
Is that why parents do it? I didn't know.
I think so. Yeah, I do. Maybe not. Maybe things like goldfish that don't live very long and stuff like that.
Interesting. Well, I'm a butcher too, so I've done that. I've taught my children death. by
Yeah.
killing animals. So,
Okay.
but I
Yeah,
thought most
that's
people were against that.
another way. No, I don't think so. I mean,
Are you
it's the harsh-
Australian?
No, I'm British.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I was going to say maybe it's Australian.
I grew up in Canada, so I used to have a Canadian accent. So I've bastardized many different accents along the way. But
Fair enough. Me too.
there you go.
All the American ones.
Yeah, well, yeah, American as well, potentially. But anyway, look, I just think it's, I find this is an honest story now, and I don't know how much it means to anybody, but I found reading Ozzy Osbourne lyrics as much of as an existential kind of cure for nihilism as anything else, right? So when you address the question of meaning, right, it's either find yourself a meaning or go mad. All right, I don't think there's too many in betweens in that, right? I mean, there is a few, and I think that's what is what you're talking about when people find God and then meaning through and purpose through God.
Well,
right?
no,
They're avoiding madness effectively or a mental illness by
definitely
taking on what could be considered.
I didn't mean that though. I didn't mean
No, I know, but I'm just saying from the, like I said, I've never had religion. I've never believed in a God.
Yeah.
Right. So I've had to deal with all of the crises in life, like nihilism and grief, etc., without this backbone of society, right? Which is our Christianity. As such, I've found solutions to it myself, right? And the reason
I see how you thought I was going down that road. I didn't mean it that way. No, I agree with you. I dealt with nihilism when I was an atheist. And I was fine with inventing my own meaning or whatever, that's how I did it. I didn't mean that Christianity provided a solution or the Bible provided a solution to that.
Oh, okay.
It's an easy solution to find in anything, but
well, it's a substitute solution, but it's not really a solution to it. That's the problem because.
Oh yeah, so that's kind of what I meant, though. I meant that because the Bible said that and did not provide a satisfying solution. That's what I found. It was that intellectual honesty that I found attractive. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense? Because I was just reading it cover to cover. It's not like
I am a big fan of Nietzsche, and I love this conversation. You guys feel free. It's opened up. Robin, I actually made you a mod. I don't know. Did you see that? Are you still here? Are you muted?
She's still away.
Did you fall asleep?
No. She had to go and do something, I think.
Okay. So I'm going to leave you guys. I trust everybody here. You guys are all very polite. I know all of you are very respectful. So feel free to have that. I have to step away for 1 quick second. So I'm sorry to have to even interrupt to tell you that. But if Robin comes back, then she's the boss. Okay.
Okay. Does anybody else want to weigh in on that particular
I think
point?
I'll add a little flavor just to kind of give it some context. I know this is like an N=1 experiment. And I only have anecdotal evidence of this, but I grew up in a fairly large family religious family, and for one reason or the other, we've either fallen away or gotten deeper into our faith, right? So I would say most of us have gone from we were all very Catholic, then we all became very kind of then we all branched out. Some of them became Jehovah's Witnesses. The moral of the story is that the measures of faith over time have waned and changed. But something I noticed is that of those of us who are kind, we stayed kind, right? Of those of us who were kind of judgmental and a little kind of, harsh, they stayed judgmental and they stayed harsh. The only difference is the kind of philosophical wrapping paper they put around their harshness or their kindness or their charity. So something I've kind of noticed is that if, like, for example, my Uncle Frank, he was always very kind of hard with everybody. When he did that, when he was religious, he did it because the Bible said so. When he kind of left religion behind, he did that because he saw that the father has to be the strongest member of the family. So they always just found a philosophical reason to justify their natural predilections anyway. You know what I mean? So I'm just going to put that.
Yeah. I think that's the human instinct, isn't it? You use the tools you have to justify your position rather than justify your position. And then realize that that's what you believe. So you're doctastic involuntarism, I think we believe first and then we justify. So,
but I mean, the only thing that gives me pause when a person says, well, I found meaning in my faith or I found meaning in whatever, is then that makes me question, Well, if that faith went away for some reason, are you now right back into your existential crises? You know what I mean? Like, are you wearing a crutch, or are you still developing those muscles? If you get my meaning, you know what I mean?
That's why I think that things like religion are just social crutches in that sense. They're not crutches because they're genuine. You know, they're genuine relationships that you have in your society with people. But when I was like,
no, but I'm
when I
sorry.
talked,
But sometimes I'm sorry to use my analogy, but sometimes the crutch is necessary. Sometimes
yeah,
you need
absolutely,
that, you need that support while you build the muscle, and that's the analogy I used. But at
I
some
see.
point, that crutch is now allowing atrophy, where before it was a support while you got stronger. If you don't know when to throw the crutch away, you stop using that muscle and then it goes away. That's why I use that as an analogy, by the way.
Yeah, that's a good one, actually. Yeah.
Right.
Did you want to say something, Dark? You haven't said anything
Yeah.
so far, but if you do, just jump in.
Well, I try not to interrupt people. I did have a couple things, but it's for people that have already bounced. The Quranism guy, if he's still watching, I would like to invite him to participate in my podcast. It's called the Theology Council. I try to get diverse people together to talk about important subjects, anything along the lines of theology, culture, health, and politics. And everyone gets their fair, uninterrupted turn to talk about stuff. But I really need a Muslim, and it's really hard to get Muslims to come on my show.
I don't think
I can get you one. I can get you one, Dane. I have good friends with one. His name is Masood, or he has his channel is called Prophet Daniel Speaks.
Okay.
And he's a good friend of mine. So yeah.
Okay.
And I have a friend named Issa too, but Issa stays a lot busier. So he's really a good guy. And thank you for making me the boss. I love that objective ethics. I love being the boss. Hi, Simos. And I'm sorry, I had to run. I've got some men working on my little house outside, and our drain is stopped up. So I had to jump over there and order some drain stuff so they could go pick it up so they could do some work.
You're a kind God King, Robin. You're a kind God King.
Yes,
thank
very
merciful.
Yes. I like being the boss. Definitely, I like being the boss. Yeah.
I did have a point for Taurus. He said earlier something about dogma promotes intelligence or something. And my question was, is there any circumstances that you can think of in which dogma has actually interfered with the acquisition of knowledge or intelligence?
Yeah, definitely. Sure.
Yeah.
So what do you do?
I mean, one of the one of the assumptions is that it has to be true dogma. Like, nobody. I mean, there are some. It's definitely true that there are people in power that use religion and use dogma that is false dogma or false interpretations of dogma or something like that in order to control people. So that's one example of where that would happen. But, if we're talking about a sincere religious person, which I am, a sincere Catholic, the only thing I could say is that if the dogma is true, then it promotes knowledge because it makes it very easy to acquire. You don't have to even read the Bible. You don't even have to be literate, and you can understand everything you need to know about the Catholic religion. And we would think that God, if we claim he's merciful, we would have to say that he makes it possible for, everybody to acquire any knowledge that's necessary. Now, then you have to talk about, well, which of those people are the people who should be writing it? Which are those people are people who should be defending it, explaining it? And that gets very complicated, and that's an historical question. I mean, one of the things about Christianity that I think everybody kind of blows past, except the fundamentalists like Christians, and they have a very poor understanding of history, which isn't their fault in a lot of ways, but is the fact that Christianity is based on one specific person in history who lived a life, a brief life, and we think he's God, So our religion is necessarily very historical. We have to talk about history if you want to understand religion.
I mean, respectfully, I have to disagree. I mean, I know that there is a
With
main with what you just said, like that
Jesus Christ?
Christianity is based upon the sole teachings of one person. I mean, I just don't agree with that. The church fathers interpreted very much and made new dogma, and the Catholic Church especially relies on tradition. So I think it's many people that created Christianity, and not to say in the least Paul.
Shaped it.
Not to say in the least, but Paul. But I also think the early church fathers, molded it heavily towards Catholicism, and
And it's
changed
still to this day being reinterpreted by every single new generation coming out.
Hey, Dane, I sent you a friend.
Well, that's the strength
request.
of Catholicism. To be honest with
Would
you,
you-
is that they are based in tradition rather than just the scripture.
I said I
Would
sent
you,
you a friend request, Dane,
Okay,
so
okay.
we can talk. I thought
Yes,
we
ma'am.
were
I
already
mean,
friends, actually, but
Do you understand? I get what you're saying about it, but do you understand like what we think? Is the case there? Like, does anyone
Well,
ever give me an
another
account
A point of contention I had with something you said was that Christianity is based on history, but yet it's mostly the history as portrayed through the Bible, and
Sure.
there's a lot of indiscrepancies from outside sources which don't corroborate the history claimed by the Bible.
Sure, yeah. So, but okay. So, I get that you guys don't believe it. That's fine. All I'm trying to say is that, like, if we can intellectually, so what he's dealing with is something different. What he's dealing with is kind of like post-Bible, with the church fathers and everything. And I don't know if everyone knows this, but the Catholic position, and you might not quite grasp this from like modern Catholic teachers because of different reasons, but the Catholic position is that, and there is a Bible quote about it, it's that Jesus Christ did and said so many things that there are not enough books in the world to contain it all. And so the Catholic understanding is Jesus Christ lived 33 years, and he taught the apostles, and he lived with the apostles, and he taught them many things. And basically the apostles through the succession passed on those teachings. And whenever there was a conflict or a confusion, the church, which is, the result of that succession, the bishops and all those people, leaned on the teachings that were inherited from Jesus Christ directly, and that's not to say every bishop held on to it perfectly, but then we say that the Holy Ghost is the one that secures that makes sure it turns out correct by the time it's infallible. You know what I mean? So that's kind of post-Bible.
Just to ask, do you think that the books of the New Testament were authored by the named authors?
Yes. Yep. Sure do.
Okay. Well, that's where we disagree then, I guess. I don't think there's much evidence for that.
Well, we shouldn't be surprised that we disagree. I just want to make sure you understand, the position.
No,
I found a lot of people never heard it.
No, if you think that the apostles, right? I mean, I guess Mark is the only disciple. Is that right? Would I be correct in that Luke is not a disciple, and I guess
Matthew and John would have allegedly been disciples.
So
Mark would have been.
So all of those named authors would have been successors to the apostles. So the succession that I described, right? And then the Bible is another thing.
That's all right. That's all right. I'm just trying to make this one point right about it, which is to say that this is a direct teaching from Jesus is not correct under those circumstances. Right, because it's obviously hearsay if they're listening to somebody who then told them about what Jesus said. Right, that's necessarily hearsay.
It's an oral tradition, and when I say direct, what I mean is that it directly comes from the succession directly comes from him. So it comes from Jesus Christ. Through Peter, the apostles of St. Peter. Obviously. And really, when you're talking about the Bible and the authors of the New Testament, at that point, you're not talking about the authors, you're talking about the councils that confirm the Bible. And those would be the ones who, using the apostolic tradition, said that this is accurate and rejected other things. Like
yeah, that's like very much the point I was making, which is to say, look, this Bible that you say accurately represents the words of Jesus was actually changed by these councils, right? They picked and chose and they modified the scripture, right? So we know there's a difference between Marcion's version of Luke and the Luke that eventually made its way into the New Testament, right? So,
well, I don't know that.
Well, okay.
But,
I think scholars generally claim that that's the case, right? So,
well, I obviously don't have a lot of faith in those scholars.
Well, something I would
yeah,
just
but
point
that's
out,
fair enough. That's fair enough. I'm not an expert,
Yeah.
so there's no reason you should.
Well, and all that's respectful. I'm not surprised that you doubt it. There's nothing wrong with that.
Can I ask you something, Taurus, or Nathaniel?
Sure.
Yeah.
Did I? Well, I wanted to make sure I also legitimately answered.
Okay, I'm sorry,
Mr. Darklight, just because he was specifically talking to me about. So it was about the Bible. Can you repeat what you said? I do want to talk to Robin too.
Yeah. My question was, you talking about the one where I asked if there were any circumstances in which dogma actually interfered with acquiring knowledge?
Yeah. So, but then you brought up the Bible. Did I answer that correct? Satisfyingly or whatever?
I forget my other point. I'm not as smart as I look. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, if it
he
comes to
literally
mind,
said that yes, he can think of situations where dogma is harmful to the intellect.
You said the history of the Bible, which I just thought that was fascinating, because I'm always pointing that out to people, that the Bible is the Bible is a history book. That's what it actually is. It's not an instruction book. It's not a love letter. It's a history book, and it's people think it's inaccurate. That's fine. I think it's perfectly accurate. I think it's basically a history book containing a lot of supporting documents of like poetry and letters and all this stuff, but it's a history book. That's what it is, and I think that's its purpose.
I want to let Robin
in the role of dogma.
I want to let Robin and Chris jump into this conversation because they haven't been able to speak in quite a while. So, Robin and Chris, I know you've actually had a couple of comments you wanted to make, and I really appreciate how respectful everyone's being. I think it's been a really great conversation. I do have some pushback for Nathaniel as well on some of those comments, but I want to give the floor to you guys for right now. So, Robin, ladies first, and then Chris, you're up next.
Can I ask a housekeeping question?
Yeah, of course.
Because I knocked myself out of here earlier. If I leave it unmuted, is that okay? Does it mess with the audio at all?
I don't hear any.
Yeah, I don't hear any background noise. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah, you seem
Thank you for checking on that. Go ahead, Robin.
Like I was interested in because I feel like that as a Catholic that you kind of take a little bit different stance than the church, like the Roman Catholic Church, like Basic does, because of I see where the historicity of like the books in the Bible, that they have maybe a little different view than you do, and I feel like that a lot of the scholarship that come out about the Bible began in the within the church, and I'm pretty sure that probably a good portion of the scholars today are still actually practicing believers. I think. I know that there are some who, after they reach seminary, they leave, and like Bart Ehrman and stuff. But I still believe that most of those kind of retain their credibility within that field. And I believe it it kind of concerns me when you say you don't care about the scholarship, because I think that anybody who spends, maybe you said something similar to that, like that you.
So I don't have a lot of faith in them.
Okay, you didn't trace it. Okay,
I do care about them.
But okay, yeah, you're correct. That's what you said. I feel like that people who spend their entire life devoted to studying a topic in depth, like unless there is a good reason to believe that one single person is corrupting, like it is a corruptive like ideal of or they have a specific agenda, that when the consensus of that field agrees on something, like it increases the probability. You know, there's not, like I said, there's no certainty in nothing, in anything. I don't believe in certainty. I don't believe that we can ever say that this is 100%, no matter how many people agree. But I believe that when you take people who have spent many years of their lives like studying this in depth, way beyond what the normal person does, that they increase the probability of that being correct far beyond what any layperson could. And so I'm wondering why you don't have faith in the scholarship when these are people who have, there's so many scholars that see, I mean, like there are some disagreement, but there are some things that are fairly like common among all biblical scholars on certain things about like the authorship of the Gospels and stuff, that it's even like printed up in some Bibles. There's some Bibles that on the front page of
definitely.
That
the first
appears
Bibles
explaining the scholarship, and the church like has, your own church has claimed that things about the scholarship of the Gospels that you're not accepting, and that's why I was wondering, like, what's your justification for questioning those things, or is it just because you don't believe that?
Can I ask a clarifying question on that before I give you that?
Yes, you can.
You know, because it's very, it would be very concerning for me if I was disagreeing with my own church, and I have heard that accusation from a lot of people, my own people and stuff like that. What do you think when you say the Roman Catholic Church, and you're saying that in your mind? What do you think that is? Because that's probably where we disagree.
Well, I mean, the Roman Catholic Church, I would say, is the Pope. Do you follow the Pope?
He's a part of it.
Okay.
There's many popes.
There's many popes. I mean, like, we have a current, what's the Pope now? I can't think of his name. He's pretty nice guy. Like John Paul II was the Pope that I remember the most, you know, because he was shot when I was a kid and everything. But I mean, like that, that person, I mean, like, I understand that there's a hierarchy of like down to it, but like and I see the Catholic Church, the Roman Catholic Church, as probably the person that has like they are the person they are the entity that took care of the Bible for years, because they were only like church, really, pretty much, you know what I mean? Like these, like the Protestant religion came about out of that way later on. And so like anything that we have maintained of the Bible that we still have our hands on, a lot of it has come by that through that church. And so they've not, I mean, whether they've altered some of it or whatever is an argument between some people, but they are the one that we wouldn't have it at all if it had not been that church hanging on to those things. And so there's tradition that goes.
I think we're getting a little off topic. I appreciate your admiration of the church.
I'm just wondering why you would I don't think you should have faith in anything like that. I think that you should like recognize like and maybe go back and read their stuff on it. Like, have you ever studied like what the scholarship is on the historicity parts, or
bits and pieces? Yeah. Not a lot. It's
dense to do this, but like if it's something that makes you realize that you were wrong about something, it's worth it. I mean, like, it's because you want to be more correct all the time, I think.
Sure. No, I realize I'm wrong about things all the time. I mean, there's only so many like things I can be right. There's only so many things I can be reading all the time. A lot of Muslims one particular Muslim woman who pretends to be agnostic is very upset that I'm not reading the Quran. Well, I'm reading a dozen books right now, and a lot of things I'm reading have to do with my work and stuff like that. And I'm writing all the time.
Claire.
Say it again.
Claire.
Yeah, Miss Claw. We're right now fighting a little bit because she said something about my marriage, which I resent. But anyways,
I don't
What
think
was I
she's to be
crying?
taken seriously. However, I would recommend reading the Quran. It's a short book. It's nothing. It's not like
Yeah,
the
no,
Bible,
I'm
the
working. I'm
expensive one.
literally reading it. Yeah, between
but yeah,
so 3 days ago she mocked me for not reading it. 2 days ago she mocked me for not reading it. 1 day ago she did it again today. I read a chapter like 2 days ago.
it's
so
not
she
that
just
important, to be honest. I've never read the Bible.
yeah.
Whatever.
Well, I mean, well, okay, let's not get too off track because I want to deal with Rob.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
With a Christian love I care about. And what was I saying? Okay, so when I say, okay, so faith I define, the church defines it as, and this might be very, sound like a really stupid definition to a lot of people, but it's interesting because nobody ever defines faith. Sometimes they define it with that Bible passage. But what the church defines faith as is the virtue of believing everything the church teaches.
See, I don't think that's a virtue. I would.
Yeah, sure. No, fine. But just so you know, that's the official Catholic definition. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
dogma. I know.
So,
they go for it straight up. They're unapologetic about it. That I respect the Catholic Church for that.
And that doesn't mean that I think they're wrong. That doesn't mean the church is wrong.
Well, okay, that's fine. We all know that. That's no, and I don't mean to discount that, but I might have to leave at any minute. So if I'm rushed, that's the main reason. So that's why I'm really concerned about what is the church, because it's the thing, that's teaching, and maybe it just helps when I say there's a lot of popes. I want you to know that I have read much more of Pius X than I have of Pope Leo or Pope Francis, and I've read Leo the 13th much more than Leo the 14th. So when we're talking about what does the church teach, you're talking about you're talking about more than just even to the time of the incarnation of Jesus Christ. You're actually talking about all the way back to Adam, because that's the official, and this is a little bit obscure, a lot of people don't know this, but the Catholic Church claims that its origins, it claims simultaneously that its origins are in Jesus Christ coming and teaching, and that is more important and much more to be considered. But it also claims that the Catholic religion goes back to Adam in the garden, the first man.
Do you think that is reasonable?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how?
Well, I think it's very complex.
I want to give Chris a chance.
Okay.
Do you have just because I know this is really good, but Nathan, Nathaniel, I'm sorry, you said you had to go soon, and I think Chris had a comment for you, and he's been so.
So I just want to say this to kind of seal up that conversation is I don't think that this bridge could be crossed in a quick little 2 cents. I'm going to say something clever. You're going to say something clever, because you're talking about thousands of years. Some of the wisest philosophers like Aristotle, Thomas Aquinas. You're talking about a very complex thing when we say the church. We're not talking about whatever our current Holy Father cooks up in his, morning shower. We're talking about something very complex, very rigid, and very stratified. And so that's why, yes, somebody devotes their life to studying it, and that's very impressive and important. But he's going up against thousands of years and millions of people, not just
If I could just add to that as well, especially through the early Middle Ages, also some of the brightest people in Europe, like Aquinas.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to say this real quick. And by the way, Torres, I hope you don't feel like you're on the hot seat. But
no, I love the hot seat.
Yeah. But I want to make an observation here. It seems like the way you're describing these things.
I'm a bit of a narcissist.
Right, fair. But the point I'm trying to make is, I think it's by the way you're describing these things, by the way you're kind of representing your belief system or whatever, technically speaking, you're not following what the Catholic doctrine is. Because Catholic is binary, it's black and white. You either take it whole cloth or you're not really following the doctrine. For example,
which doctrine am I departing from?
Right. So, for example, the infallibility of the Pope, for example. The Pope he's not just a political figure. He is seen as a spiritual successor of Paul. And you know what I mean? So the point I'm trying to make in all of this is I'm not here to tell you what you believe. I'm not here to police whatever. I'm actually offering you a bit of an out on this. Once you ascribe yourself to an ism or wave a banner, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, you're inheriting all of the implicit baggage that comes with it. You
Yes.
don't have to do that. You could just say, this is my
I
belief
enjoy
set.
doing it. I
Right,
love doing it.
But this is why if I come and I wave the banner of Catholicism, then now I am now inheriting the fallibility of its relationship with colonialism, its relationship with
Sure.
fascism, its relationship with, you know what I mean?
Sure.
So when one thing, unless you're willing to kind of really own that and say,
I
yeah,
am.
it's just as we had, but then okay, so that's cool. but then at that point, if that's the case, then you really are kind of like betraying a lot of the core tenets of Christianity. And again, I'm not here to tell you how to believe, but once you say
Sure.
that you're okay cozying up with fascists, or you're okay cozying up with colonialists, or you know, the Crusades or whatever, the long list of things that the Catholics had no problem co-signing, then unfortunately you really
Sure.
are inheriting the hot seat in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and I'm
your
happy
business
for
to do
that.
it.
I hope I die doing that. No, the first thing that me and Mr. Objective Ethics ever talked
Right.
about, he came on my channel, was about slavery, and I talked about, and I made an apology, an explanation for why the Spanish colonialism, which resulted in enslaving the Caribs, for instance, was a good thing, and why you would do that, why that was reasonable. So I'm happy. There's a lot of things I don't
just want
know.
to clarify for the record, I rejected that explanation. So just so people
I didn't
know.
think you needed to say that. I think you
Yeah,
knew
he
that.
pushed back, but he said he had never heard it before. He said he wasn't familiar with it.
I
and
would
it was-
like to have
it
you
was-
on sometime though to talk, because I would like to talk to you. But I'll get out and let y'all talk a little bit here. I'm gonna get off, but, before you
Help
leave,
me follow up. Help me follow up on that. If you email me at taurusnecros@gmail, that will help me stay organized.
Well, do you have a channel?
Yeah, it's this one. I actually named it myself.
Well, OE's real good about posting everybody's links, so I'll catch up with it after he gets all that done.
Cool. Yeah, for me, I love talking to everybody, and but I'm very active. Like I think that God wants me out doing things, and so if I ever lose track of anything, that's why. And YouTube, for instance, doesn't tell me when people comment. I try to respond to every comment.
Let me just say that Vamos is wise.
I'm hearing something.
I want to give Robin a chance and feature her really quick because she has to go.
I wasn't leaving. I was just going to mute it.
I thought you. Okay, I'm so sorry. I just want to make sure. Okay, so don't leave without getting a word in because I want to acknowledge your 200 subs and give you a shout out for that. So before you go, so go ahead. I'm so sorry for micromanaging this. I obviously don't know what the fuck I'm doing here.
No,
So
you're figuring out. Yeah.
no, nobody's talking.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess I'll add another 2 cents to that. Is that I mean the reality is that when you don't give faith a privilege, then you really do have to compete in the marketplace of civil ideas. And then all of a sudden you have to explain, like clearly you're comfortable doing, explaining why you think chattel slavery is acceptable. And you have to explain why you believe in ethnocentrism. And you have to explain why for you colonialism was inherently a good thing. And I'm not asking you to do that now, but just understand that once you enter that realm, people are not going to say, well, because the Bible says so. No one's going to accept that as an acceptable thing. You're going to now have to do that in a socio-political way.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I enjoy it. I mean, I'm here for entertainment. Here I am. I don't expect anyone to change their opinions, really, but I'm here. The main thing I want to do is I want to entertain because I think that will help you guys with your channels and your goals. Because I honestly think I think slavery today is because of usury and the economy and stuff. And I think we all deserve more money and more time. That's what I think.
Okay.
So
I appreciate the honesty, dude.
Anyways, but my second goal is, I mean, I don't want to sin, but my second goal is basically to be a representative of the church, where it's like, okay, he might be a little crazy. I feel like he needs to learn some new things, but he's a good guy. He's not being a jerk, and if he is being a jerk for a good reason, that kind of stuff. That's what
I like you so far, man. I appreciate your intellectual honesty. It seems like you try to keep it honest. I appreciate that.
Thank you. There's been a couple of times where atheists have, and it was because I went to where they're very combative.
I'm not atheist.
Huh?
I'm not atheist.
Oh no, that's fine. Yeah, I get that. there are other groups too. Sedevacantists have been mean to me, but there have been other times where, and that was religiously motivated. They really thought I was a bad guy. But atheists were combative with me and wanted to embarrass me publicly. That was kind of the business model. And I was a little bit, I had to like go away and be like, how honest was I there? Did I really respond to that honestly? So, and I try to explain later if I ever do, like in fear, say something that's not true.
I would love to have you on my podcast sometime.
No, thank you. Well, like I said, same thing. Follow up with me.
All right.
I like you a lot.
All right. Well, can
I've got somebody new. I've got somebody new who wants to join the conversation I've never seen before. Max Doubt. So this is always risky. I don't think it'll be a problem. I've never had a problem
By the
before.
way, I'm getting a lot of something. Am I the only one getting like a lot?
Hey, have them turn their camera on in the background, and then you can see who they are.
Max, can you turn? Do you mind? Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Do you mind turning your camera on for a quick second, just to make sure?
While they're in the backstage. They can turn it back off.
I also hear that, Chris.
Yeah, you don't have to have your camera on when you're on stage, but I could see you in the backstage. Are you willing to turn your camera on for me so I can just make sure you're a human being and not going to do something crazy? Because I don't want to. Yeah, Max, I'm pretty sure you should be able to hear me in the backstage there. If you could turn your camera on real quick.
He's saying he doesn't have a camera, but he has a channel. You could see he's a real person. That's what it says in the private chat. Yeah,
I see the private chat there. Okay, that's all right. That sounds. We'll give it a go here. Please, please be respectful of the fact that we allow everybody here with different ideas to share their ideas. But the one rule I have is that everyone's going to treat each other with respect. So, and hopefully you've seen that today. So we'll go ahead and since you're new here, we'll give you a chance to introduce yourself. Everybody, this is Max Doubt. I think I said that correctly.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a channel. I'm a real person. For years now, I've been doing it. I'm a scientific researcher, and I like interesting topics. I saw your panel, and I was like, wow, religion, philosophy, politics, science, and more. Sounds great. And thank you for allowing me on.
Absolutely. I hate to police things because I actually like to give people the benefit of the doubt. But today, you know how it is if you have a channel, I have to ultimately take some responsibility for the content that comes across this screen. What I do is I built this channel basically as a way to teach people, or at least hopefully inspire people to have respectful disagreements. I'm an agnostic, and I believe in objective morality. So I get a lot of pushback from atheists about morality being subjective versus objective. And I welcome the pushback. I welcome people to challenge my ideas because I think that's what we need to do, is to learn to have these debates and discussions. But at the end of the day, remember that we're all in this together. We're human beings sharing one planet. We got to figure a way to work together. And I also celebrate diversity. So I think it's important to remember that diversity is a good thing, even diversity in religion, culture, so on and so forth. So that's kind of what I'm trying to do here. If you like that, I appreciate if you'd like and subscribe and be a part of the conversation, brother. You're always welcome here.
Yeah, definitely, man. I appreciate it. I feel the same. I'm an agnostic, actually. I kind of get a lot of pushback when I tell people everybody's an agnostic because we really don't know. And then they'll call me, atheist. And, I've had a lot of debates. But
I'll push back on you on that right away because I'm a theist and I am God and I know myself. Therefore, I know that God exists. But you go ahead.
Okay, so if you're a theist, are you a religious theist or just like spiritual, like saying, No,
I'm not religious because religion requires dogma. I consider myself a non-Abrahamic true monotheist, and I'm developing my own theology.
Wow, that makes more sense than a lot of stuff that I've heard.
I don't believe in a supernatural God. There's no such thing as the supernatural, so I believe in a natural construct of God. Okay. I call it the fractal singularity omnimatrix. Pretty much all consciousness is an extension of the omniconsciousness. Omniconsciousness is another word for God. And as such, we are all co-creators within the Godhood. And as such, we are all God, which is a basic little view of my theology.
Wow, that's pretty deep.
Do you believe that matter is conscious?
I believe that all atoms, there are meta levels of consciousness.
Right. So that's like panpsychism of some sort, is it? You think?
There's elements that I have elements of panpsychism in my theology, but it's not like strict panpsychism.
Okay.
How would you view sin?
I don't believe in sin. There's no such thing as sin. I don't believe in objective morality. There's no such thing as objective morality. All morality is inherently relative to the subjective consciousness which empowers it.
No,
That's funny because I was thinking to myself, the reason why I believe in supernatural God is because of sin. So that makes a lot of sense. I was wondering if that was the point.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah, I don't believe in sin, and I don't believe in anything supernatural. You could have the craziest shit happen right here in front of me, and I still wouldn't believe in supernatural. I would just be searching for the naturalistic explanation of it.
Okay, so
do you
you're
believe
not
in
open
evil?
to
Like,
accepting evidence, no matter how strong it is, for the supernatural or anything?
No, I don't believe in evil.
Okay, well, I mean, I'll push back on that because it is a belief. It's not positive knowledge. Therefore, again, by default, you're an agnostic. Just people don't know they are because nobody really has the true answer.
Okay, I'm gonna have to push back on you there, Max, a little bit. So to say, what is your theory of knowledge then?
Well,
that you're invoking when you say
science, from what, and this is a problem that I have with a lot of people that that claim to study science, is that evolution is, fitting all the parameters of being a religion. It is not accepting evidence to change the theory, especially in the last 150 years when evidence pops up. And a lot of people push back on that. Now, when I look at scientifically looking at matter, the matter universe, looking at many people across the globe, their beliefs, it seems that consciousness had to have come first before the matter. Now, I'm not religious, not, theistic in any way.
I don't know. Do you have an argument for that? Because
it's not an argument. Science is a conversation where we could move forward. People mistakenly want to argue and debate, and I think that's what prevents the learning. Like objective ethics made a good point. Diversity is the spice of life. I think people are afraid of that. They're afraid of change. Like what we know right now, if we're not willing to change that, like Simon or Simos, if I present evidence to say, okay, hard science, mathematics, when we look at 100 amino acids that would form together to form a protein, I usually use 20, but people try to say, well, you need 100. Okay, fine.
Whatever the number,
it comes up to like 10 to the 65th power.
Mm-hmm.
Now, even 10 to the 20th goes into the quintillions. It is improbable. So mathematically, when we look at something forming by chance over and over, just one protein, it is mathematically, we have the math, and a lot of people won't accept that because it messes with their belief. And this is where evolution becomes a belief.
No. I mean, using the word chance there is just incorrect. I mean, evolution is not a chance.
Whatever.
Evolution is not a chance process.
Then how does, so you're telling me evolution is not worked by natural selection and random mutation?
Natural selection is not chance.
Natural selection does not, what I've noticed about evolution is tyranny doesn't stem from the gun, it stems from the language. So they will change the language. Like if I said, all right, if I said you were a murderer, and you said, well, I didn't murder anybody, and I said, don't worry, the evidence is missing. It's a missing link. We'll find it. In science, you don't call something missing because it implies it exists. The correct term is non-existent transitional species. But missing link gives you a false sense of security. Saying things like evolutionary biology, no, it's biology. These things creep in little by little, and they brainwash generations, like Piltdown Man. Piltdown Man is a known fraud for 40 years. Now you're looking at 3 to 4 generations of people. If somebody's 8 and they hit 18, and then the other person goes through that from 8 to 18, they get indoctrinated with a lie. And then 40 years later, they say, hey, you know what? It's a fraud. We're being honest. No. This is all planned in advance. There's many books people can read. Dr. Richard Weikart wrote a book, From Darwin to Hitler. Darwin himself said in The Descent of Man, he basically called for the extinction of anybody in between what they would consider human, all the way down to a baboon. So he says in the writing, the Negro, the Australian, the gorilla, none of that would exist in no less than 100 years. So in a
The
way,
Irish too.
putting it in there. Now he wrote this. An evolutionist, when I look at it, I said, wow, Darwin's like the Pope. The Museum of Natural History, where I've taken thousands of pictures in New York City, is like a cathedral.
It literally is. It used to be.
Yeah. Like I think. Wait a minute. I think first of all, like, can you like give me a page, like, because I have my copy of Origin of Species. So like, can you give me?
Just remember that title. If you have it open,
I have it right here. Can you give me the specific page where Darwin says what you just repeated?
Okay, so is that the Origin of Species? Because I said he mentioned that in the Descent of Man. That was the book published in 1871, not the one that was
Look, before you go, Robin, I'm just going to say the question that I asked was, what is your theory of knowledge? Right? You were claiming everybody is agnostic. Well, okay, if you want to go for certain definitions of knowledge, obviously that's true. It's trivially true, as I would say. But if you want to go for the scientific realism view, then that's not true. Okay.
No, scientifically, it is true.
No, it's not true.
All right, I'll tell you what. Prove to me how life started.
Okay,
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know, so you're an agnostic. You don't know. None of us know. Now we can point forward.
But does that mean evolution is false?
Well, science shows evolution is false. I gave you mathematics. You said it was a chance process.
Let me at least respond. I've already pushed back against that.
I just want to respond. You said, show me how evolution is not true.
I asked you a specific question. If you could just answer this first and then go on to the rest of it. What is your theory of knowledge?
Could you explain that a little more? Like, how do we get knowledge?
What is knowledge?
What is knowledge? All right. Knowledge can be useless and knowledge can be useful. It's information, right?
Okay, that's not explaining what.
Oh, it's not? Okay, no. Could you explain it a little better so I can answer it a little better?
Oh, okay. So when I say theory of knowledge, is what do you think knowledge is constituted by?
Well, knowledge, one way of getting there's not just one way to get it. So you can get knowledge.
There are many different thoughts on what knowledge is. Some people say it's reliable, true beliefs. Some people say it's justified true beliefs. Some people say fallibilists would say that we can never have true knowledge, right? We can never know what it is. It always has to be retrospectively fitted to what turns out to be scientific true.
Yeah, some
people are empiricists, in which case they believe that it has to be justified through a rigorous process.
Well, if it's justified, right, then it becomes factual if you're bringing scientific evidence. Am I correct?
No, that's
all right. So if I prove to you that you cannot breathe underwater, which all of us can test that. Empirical science, it's repeatable, it's measurable.
You shouldn't be able to breathe underwater. You aren't.
Wait. Hold on a second.
You're a mammal. You're a bipedal land mammal. So why the hell should you be able to breathe underwater?
Please don't double team me. Funk, how do you tell me that breathing underwater, right? You cannot breathe underwater. I'm talking not with an apparatus. I'm talking going underwater. You can't breathe water, right? We know that as a fact. That's not something that's a theory. You can prove it. I can go, in the sound. You can go in.
How do you know everybody can't?
We all agree that we can't breathe underwater.
The reason we know that is because we're mammals.
Because we can test it. It's not because we're mammals. It's because we can test it.
But what's the point?
We used to be fish, and therefore we could. I say fish in the loosest sense of the word.
You're moving the goalpost.
No. I'm just saying this is why I'm explaining to you why we can't breathe underwater.
No. I'm not asking you to explain why. I'm letting you know. Let's stay where we're at. Let's not jump ahead. We cannot breathe water.
We agree.
That's correct. I know that.
Is that not a fact?
I
Yeah,
know
we
that
agree. The whole
evolution
panel
is true.
agrees.
Wait,
Nobody here.
hold on, Robin, please. I just want
I
to
know,
see.
but you're just like you're dish galloping sort of
No,
around.
you're jumping in, so we can't get this nailed down.
It's a fact that we can't breathe underwater.
We all
It's
agree.
a fact that only makes sense through evolutionary biology.
No,
I mean, like,
oh my goodness!
what's
It's
the
a fact
point
from
of it?
testable, repeatable science.
we all agree.
So do you have a jaw?
Yes, I
Wait a
do.
minute, wait.
So
Can I-
then
can
you're
I make a
you're a
point? Wait.
nathostomatid. You're a eunathostomatid.
Look,
Show
don't
me
try-
a
please-
primate
wait,
that
wait,
isn't
wait,
a
wait, wait.
nathostome.
Please don't just
I'm sorry,
label
Show
I'm
me
me.
a primate that isn't a
Do
nathostome.
you have a job,
Excuse me,
Sim?
excuse me, wait a
A
second.
No,
jaw,
I do have
not
a
a
job.
job, a jaw.
Okay. All right, listen.
God bless you.
If you believe in evolution, then that's your belief. It's not science. It's a belief.
I'm also.
And I wasn't
That's
making this fun.
idiotic and
I know
incorrect,
Sim
and I'm
doesn't
showing you why right
Sim.
now.
Sim,
Every single organism we find tests evolution. If
That
you
is a lie.
if you ever find a primate that doesn't have a jaw, that isn't a craniate, that isn't a suite of all of the characteristics
understand the
from its
science.
ancestors that built it, then
You don't
you
know
might
what an
have an
ancestor
argument.
is.
But you don't have an argument.
No,
You have
I'm not arguing with
recycled
you.
propaganda bullshit you
all
got
right.
from
Now you're gonna
secondary
curse, right?
sources,
I thought we were having
propaganda
a
mills that admit that they're
Why did you
lying
have
to
to
people.
curse at
So
me?
please stop tugging my nuts.
Excuse me.
Wow.
Can
So
I
this
just
is
say something?
respectful.
Yeah, let's hold
Can I
on,
just
guys.
say
This is
something
getting a
real
little
quick?
bit. This is
Wait,
getting off.
object-
I do have some organization here, just out of respect for everybody, because the audience is watching, and if we're sharing ideas, we hopefully want those ideas to be understood and heard, and we're not going to hear those ideas if everybody's talking over each other. Chris, you want to
Yeah,
say
I just
something?
want to say this. I want to, and this is just means I want to say something to Sims, just real quick. We're on the same side, 100%. Sometimes, if you just let them talk, they talk themselves into the
I've heard
contradiction.
this guy. I know what he
all
has
have.
to say.
We all have. So what I'm trying to say is, do not give them the victim out, because that's something they're going to jump to. Oh, you see, you can't handle it. You're cutting me off. You won't let me talk. Let them talk. Take away that loophole. I mean, again, if it gets,
I'm not going to let him gish gallop.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not
I get
going to
that.
let
I get
him
that.
make so
We
many
are gonna
points
let-
that
we
I
are gonna
can't
let-
address them.
We are going to let people
at me
finish.
again, right?
That's all I'm going to say.
You're going to curse at me again?
We
Is
are
that
gonna
a
let-
very?
No, we are going to
Without
let people talk.
apology.
We are going to let.
No, think about this. I came on here respectfully, right?
Yeah, no,
And-
you're
and
being
I
very,
respect
you're
that.
being very polite, and I appreciate
No,
that.
you weren't. You wait. Hold up. He was not polite.
I didn't say. I didn't say you.
just
I said
said-
you were.
He
You are
no.
being-
What he just
you're
said
being
to me. I'm surprised you're not. If I came on here cursing like that, wouldn't you call me out?
No, I just
No,
said you're being very. I said you're being very polite. I've said it 3 times now. You're
Okay,
being
now
you're being very polite.
now,
Now, I'm talking to Austin and anybody else here, including you and myself. We're gonna let everybody finish and have complete thoughts before we come back with a rebuttal. This is what Bionic Chris is trying to say, and he's absolutely right. We need to let people, even if one or two of us have heard the arguments. I haven't heard these arguments. It's the first time this gentleman's been on the channel. I let people on the channel all the time who have ideas that I do not agree with. The whole point of it is let people articulate their ideas, and then we can address the idea in its complete form. If we start cutting each other off, the audience has no idea who's saying what. For one thing, so let them make this statement, and this goes for everybody. I'm not above this either. I hate to cut in here like this, but I really want to let people talk, and I am running out of time for this, and this now is going to be running a little bit later than I wanted to. And I also want to make sure everybody here knows that I give everybody on the panel who sticks around a chance to have a final uninterrupted word. So you will get a chance to make your case, even if for some reason you feel like you're being overlooked or something. I always give everybody that chance, and I also link everybody's websites or YouTube channels, whatever it is, to the description. So if I have that from you, then I'll link it to the description. And if people want to follow up with your arguments, they can reach out to you directly. So Austin, go ahead and I'll let you go because you seem like you had something to definitely say, and then we'll let what is his brother's name? Maxed Out. That's right. And then we'll let Maxed Out respond. And Simos, I know you kind of got cut off there as well, so we're going to try and keep this kind of organized, but I do need you guys to let each other speak.
It's simple. Everything this guy is saying is straight up propaganda that he's just copying and regurgitating from science denial propaganda mills like Answers in Genesis, Creation Ministries. He's basically just Kent Hovind. Everything he says is like ripped from these pseudoscientific bullshit organizations that have no peer-reviewed primary sources, no scientific literature to back their shit up. It's just ad hoc nonsense and straight up science denial.
Fair enough. Maxed out. Go ahead, and then we'll go to Simos. And then what I'm going to do is go around the room and get everybody a chance to have a final word, because I do have to shut this down and go have some lunch. So Maxed out, you can respond to that since it was directed towards you. And then we'll let Simos go next, and then we'll give everybody a chance to have their final word.
Okay. I think Austin or whatever. Oh, yeah. Matter of fact, he was on my stream screaming at me. Is that Austin Sims? Oh, yeah. All right.
So I was never on your
stream. Please let me speak, Austin. Don't interrupt. I didn't interrupt you.
Don't lie about me.
Wow. No respect whatsoever. You know what, man? Austin has already showed that something happened to him with the church, with Hovind. I am not religious. So, and you can wave if you want, Chris, but you know what? Objective ethics, I'm presenting science. And when you challenge the religion of evolution and you show science to make it change according to the evidence, they will change the evidence to fit their theory. And this has happened over and over and over again. And I have proof of that scientifically. Now, the reason I came on was I was starting my stream, getting the thumbnail ready. I saw you alive. Sounds like a great topic, but you seem like a cool guy. I'm not going to put up with this disrespect by Chris. I see, the waving hand. You guys can do you. I'm going to go set my stream up, man. And thank you for letting me on, Objective. Take care and have a great night.
Fair enough.
Shame you didn't answer the question in the first place.
Yeah, Simon, I think you had a really interesting line of argumentation that we never got a chance to look into with the, what method of knowledge is he going to use to make that claim? The other question I had, and you guys,
method of knowledge? Are you kidding me?
I know that you guys both study evolution, and you know a lot more about it than I do. But my response to that would have been, what about the law of large numbers? Does that not refute that claim that it's mathematically impossible?
Yes, and I was going to say that we can't say anything is impossible. And the theory of evolution has changed many, many, many times since Darwin published his original findings.
I don't think you need to go even to the theory of large numbers, right? You can just simply say that the prior probabilities that are involved in making those calculations are just insubstantial. They can't be proven, right? And unless you can get an accurate hand on prior probabilities, then you cannot justify any conclusions based upon statistics. It's that simple, right? So just philosophically speaking, or mathematically speaking, no, that's another fallacy right there, right? So it's not just making a knowledge fallacy, right? Claiming that the only kind of knowledge is true and certain, which, as Gettier showed, is just not true, right? We don't have access to the truth.
I tried to make this point earlier, but one of your other evolution deniers was talking over me. The mathematical anti-evolution argument is basically, listening to it is like sitting on a plane in mid-flight next to somebody who claims to have worked out on paper that heavier than air flight is impossible. It's like, we're flying right now, jackass, so obviously your math is wrong. We can observe that if you subject a population of living organisms to consecutive generations of selection, they're going to change. So obviously your math is wrong. Get wrecked, nerd.
Yeah, I do like that. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go ahead.
But I mean, the fact he called it chance is a dead giveaway, because there's one thing it's not. It's chance, right? There's certainly some randomness in it, but that doesn't mean that the whole process is just chance by a long shot. And so when he makes these calculations, which just add, he's just making literally the most basic thing. He's assuming a uniform distribution of odds, right, of the chances of mutations happening. Right? We have no justification for doing that at all. There is no justification. We don't know what the chances are of, one protein then joining with another, right?
I see you down there, Deconvert Man. Let me let Dark Light have a quick final word. And Dark Light, you said you had to go, right?
No. I was waving at Deconverted Man.
I said I have to go.
Yeah, we're gonna go around. I do need to have lunch. And this has been really juicy. I really appreciate all this information. we're gonna go around and give everybody a final thought. I'm gonna have Austin and Robin go last because I want to plug a show that Austin and I are doing. We're also gonna try and put together an event to promote that Ark protest. So, and then I want to give Robin a shout out for her 200 subs. So
yeah, start with Nathaniel. I think you need to go.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll let Nathaniel go. Since he was kind of in the hot seat. You're gonna have the first final word. Are you ready?
Sorry, can I ask Taurus to if you're going, who are you asking first, Taurus?
I was gonna ask Nathaniel to go first, and then everybody else.
Okay, yeah, go ahead then. Because I
And then
think it might
Deacon
be his
Vertigan,
mic.
I know you're being very patient. We'll definitely get to you. All right, Nathaniel, this is your chance to convert everybody to Catholicism real quick. Try to make it in like 2 minutes or less.
Did Mr. The Canadian man, can't remember his name now, did he have a question? Because I heard him say my name or something like that.
Well, this is your chance to make your final statement. I can't keep going with the back and forth because I got to shut this down, and I like to give everybody an
okay. Yeah, sure. No, that's fine.
Speak your piece.
Okay. Well, I just want to say goodbye. I'm on YouTube, I'm on Substack, I'm on a lot of different things. I do not think that some of people really like these topics. I think they're very important. I actually think evolution is probably the most important topic inside the Catholic Church right now. Only because of usury is really the main thing that's to be talked about. But
I'm interested in that topic as well, Nathan.
Yeah, usury is huge, and the atheists have done great work opposing usury. So that's why I'm friendly with you guys.
Hell yeah!
So it's because economics is godless. So I think that our economic system, and it started in the Roman Curia with the cardinal collecting usury, and that basically drained Germany of its gold, and the Habsburg owned every gold mine in America and declared bankruptcy because of compound interest, and in one man's lifetime. So it's a major problem. I think it's the defining thing that we're dealing with. But I understand that people don't go right to there, so I deal with everyone else. But that's why I can get along with it. I'm against evolution. I don't like it. I think it should stop happening. I think all the species should just stay the way they are. No, I am though. I'm the reason I don't believe in, like, you might say, macroevolution. I have looked into I grew up believing in it. I was taught it. I've looked into the science. I'm not an empiricist, so I can't really go on and debate on that level of things because it's just not the way I think, But I looked into it, and when I was focused on it, I'm satisfied, and I'm happy to look into the stuff people send me. I'm just very limited with how much I can really comprehend some of those, intensive fields. But as a Catholic, I mean, that's our tradition. If you are, Thomas Aquinas says, if you spend all your time dealing with abstract things in a sterile environment, then you don't reach conclusions, and you basically, he says, it creates more problems than it solves. And the Catholic tradition is you should be doing penance, which means working hard labor in between scientific studies, if you want to say that. So what I'm trying to say is that the foundation of our scientific establishment, the philosophy that's led to it, the idea, and it's bound up with usury, the idea that a man should study the world in this kind of way, in a sterile environment, I think that's where I have problems with it, and I approach it from an historical perspective and where it came from, and the mechanistic universe, Descartes, and the things that were happening there, and so that's kind of where I approach evolution, and that's also why I think it's bound up. Now, it's not to say everyone believes in evolution. I think objective evidence, great point. If you're an evolutionist, you should combat it by saying we should cooperate, not compete, and that's a major issue. But when I read evolutionists and I look at history, this idea of kind of genetic superiority, the English, especially the English Enlightenment, that we are the master race, everyone else should die out. that really affected history, and I think Darwin was a part of that. I don't think he was the first one.
That actually comes from America, not England.
All right, that was a great.
Oh, sure. No, I don't disagree with that.
I appreciate that. We are going to try and keep this to a few minutes because I've got everybody to get to, but I will definitely put a link to Nathaniel's channel in the description. Nathaniel and I have had a number of great conversations now, a few months since I've gotten a chance to know him. We had a great talk on his channel. Maybe you guys should check that out as well. We did talk about slavery and some other issues that I really get into ethics when it comes to these kind of conversations. I'm not so much, because I'm not a scientist. I am a design engineer, but that doesn't really apply to evolution.
Sorry. Yeah, Nathaniel, can you mute yourself? Please?
Oh, sorry. Well, God bless y'all. Goodbye.
Go ahead and see yourself out, brother. It was so nice to have you stop by. I really appreciate it.
Lovely to meet you anyway. Hopefully we'll talk some other time.
And how respectful you were with everybody, and how well with how much grace he handled that, because like I said, he was kind of on the hot seat as being the only theist, and I thought Nathaniel did an outstanding job, not being confrontational and not taking things personally, and so that was great. Deconverted Man, we're going to go to you next, brother. I know you have been waiting so patiently and you just came in. So this is your introduction to tell everybody about your channel and your outro all at the same time. So have a moment.
Hi.
You're wrong. You're wrong. I'm going to no. I'm not high. You look as if you are, but
I'm Deconverted Man, and I just had my own stupid, silly input to add. See, people were talking about water, and so I got a glass of water, and people were saying you can't breathe underwater, and I just wanted to do that. That's all. I breathe underwater. Ha ha ha! And then that was it. That's all I had. I don't have any logic here. The guy was like saying stuff, how he has proof of evolution not being true, and I'm like, cool. Where's your scientific published paper? Oh, well, there's a vast conspiracy against that, I guess, everyone's just lying about it, no matter their religion and background and politics, all the scientists, because reasons, I guess, I don't know. I thought that was fun, like, we don't breathe underwater. Yeah, well, I do.
Sure, I do.
And I was like, I'm part lobster too. I was going to play the lobsterist, but I didn't get to do it. I had to leave because I was like, this is crazy. People are insane. I don't know what to do. Anyway, so that was it. Normally, I'm more logical than that, though, so I wouldn't have. So none of the things I said matter. That's what I'm trying to do. But thanks for watching, everybody, and until next time, be skeptical. I just talked about that on my channel. Nobody was there. Nobody leaves comments. Why? Why doesn't anyone leave comments? Okay, that's it.
I'll come over and leave a comment.
Oh, thank you.
I do want to also give you a plug. First of all, and I didn't have time. I didn't have time getting this today's show ready, so I usually do it ahead of time. But I will go back in it because I got to put everybody's links in there anyway to the description. But I usually give Deconverted Man gets a special plug every single video that I put out because he wrote the lyrics to my outro song and he did such a great job with it. Well, I got a chance to hear the song you wrote for Robin last night on her 200 subs party, and man, you did a great job with that song as well. You're so talented at that, and I know you said you use AI to do the music, but you still write the lyrics. And
look, back in the day, I got Deconverted Band 1 and 2 albums, and these matter because people actually spent real energy to make lyrics that I had into real things. And I had some tunes for a couple of the different songs that I hummed at them, and they somehow turned out, and that was just, but then all those people have moved on or whatever, and so I was like, well, I don't got anyone, but AI is here, and so I'll just use that. And then I found a better AI music thing called Suno, and anyone can use it. I mean, it's pretty darn good. So I just throw lyrics at that because things come to my head. I've got another song. I don't know what to do with it though. So if anyone wants to put pictures to it or whatever, I'll send it to them. But I don't know that I have anything to do with it. It's a stupid song. It's very stupid. But
well, they're all very creative, Deconverted Man, and you're very humble. And I wish you would have been here a little earlier because Simos was really asking a very important question about epistemology, essentially. Like, what is your foundation for knowledge, and what is your? It just would have been a really interesting way to find out how he got to that. And I know you talk a lot about formal and informal logic, but you missed the boat on that.
Yeah, I boil it down to a very simple thing because I'm kind of a simple guy. It's empirical evidence, repeatable test, and or a sound argument, and that's it. So if you don't have any of those three, then I'm skeptical of your position, and we should all be. And that's it. So
Very good. Well, I'm glad you stopped by. I know it's kind of a quick one today. I'm going to go next to Chris. You were really, man, I just really appreciate when you do have a chance to stop by. A lot of people know that Chris is actually probably the first person who ever watched anything I did here on this channel. It's so funny. I love telling the story. I was trying to figure out the technology and I was doing it all wrong. And so I just put up apparently I was on some kind of live thing and I didn't even realize I was live, and I thought I was making a video, and I'm talking away, and Chris jumps into the chat and he says, "Hey, nobody can hear you, bro." And I'm like, "What the fuck is wrong?" And if he had not have shown up and done that, I probably would have gone on like some 15-20 minute monologue in complete silence to everybody. It was so funny. I'll never forget that. So I really appreciate, he's been such a supporter of the channel, and I appreciate you trying to be the voice of reason, kind of help to bring down the temperature so I'm not the only one kind of yelling at everybody. And Robin's been doing a great job with Tilting Windmill also in the chat and kind of keeping things cool. So Chris, this is your chance to tell everybody who you are and what you're all about.
Hey, yeah. So like I said, I don't have a channel. I don't have the energy or even the time to create something formal. So I just kind of lurk and you know, some of you might see me floating around. We've run, you know, similar circles, but ultimately I want to say is, you know, when I got a little impatient with the creationist thing, simply because I would be all for, as a science-minded person, I'm all for good faith debate. I'm all for having those conversations about the real questions. Like, I'm yearning for the day, you know, a critic of evolution comes and asks us about Lamarck and, you know, epigenetics. I'm yearning for the day where they come and say, well, what is a species and how come the definition keeps changing? I'm yearning for the day when a skeptic comes and says, a skeptic says, well, how can we look at evolutionary behavior now and compare it to before we had things like radiation and plastics and stuff like that, right? Because for me, that's an interesting conversation to have. Those are the conversations that are being had by people who want to move knowledge forward. But when you just come in and say math, we can't have evolution because big numbers. Or if you come in and say, well, with evolution, you know, if you subscribe to evolution, now you're eugenicist or whatever. All that's telling me is you're looking for ways from your bulletproof house to punch holes in science, simply because you want to say, because there's faulty or missing information there, default to a wizard did it. And it sounds reductionist, but that's why I get so bored. And that's why I stop entertaining the silliness of it, beyond just saying, all right, say your talking point. I've heard your talking point 1,000 times. And when you're done with your talking point, very calmly and simply, I'm going to say whatever the counter to it that is. And sometimes that counter is simply saying you're using the word wrong, or you don't understand what this word means. And instead of having to kind of counter this whole, and by the way, this is not a direct criticism of anyone, but I just know that I've done it so many times, I don't even get flustered by the Gish Gallop. So I hope Sims understands. I wasn't trying to like stem you. I was just simply saying that, and I'm sure you have too. You've been in these conversations enough times to know it's like playing bingo. And when all else fails, they're going to play the victim card, which they end up doing anyway. So that's the only reason why I was trying to bring it down. One, because it's not worth the energy, and two, because it was getting a little chaotic in the ear, and three, because we're also creating content, and no one wants to watch us just screaming at each other. So I hope you understand, Sims. That's not where I was coming from. Like, I wasn't trying to be critical.
Oh, I totally understand.
Yeah. So but again, I would love to have a conversation with a person who has real criticism of our scientific method and actually have something new and interesting and stimulating to say. Otherwise, it's just pull the string and hear the talking point. You know what I mean? So that's all I'm going to say.
I really appreciate that feedback. And like I said, I really appreciate you kind of helping kind of cool things down, because these topics, they do get, what's the word? Divisive. We're talking about religion, politics, things of this nature. And I'm doing that actually intentionally because of what I said earlier about trying to show people that we can have these conversations if we understand that we're all brothers and sisters at the end of the day, that, so on and so forth. I'm not going to run you through it again because I've said it about 10 times today already. But so I do appreciate that. I did bring Maxed Out. I brought you back on because I feel it's only fair, since you were here, to give you also an opportunity at a final word. So I was going to go to Simos next, but let me just let you go ahead and have your final word. now. And then be sure to tell everybody where they can find you. And if you email me a link to your channel, or if I can find it just by looking it up, my email is objectiveethicsyt. That's objectiveethicsyt as in YouTube at Gmail. And if you send that to me, I'll plug it into the description of this video. So Max, you've got a minute or two. Try to make it somewhat short because I am trying to get off here for lunch, but I do want to be respectful and give you a chance uninterrupted to make your case or tell people where they can find you.
Okay, thank you. I'll write you. I'll be writing from Wisdom Radio. So that was a previous name I had at Gmail. I appreciate being here. My channel is based on science and speculation. If you want to contact me later, I'm having a live stream in 30 minutes. I just had to set up the thumbnail so people would know. I didn't realize that Austin was on my channel a while back. I think it was a year or two ago, and then he kind of rage quit. He's always welcome to come back on.
He's never on your channel.
Wow.
All right, let him speak uninterrupted, brother. Austin, let him speak
Oh.
uninterrupted, please. This is your time. This is your time. Go ahead.
Thank you. The mental trauma just leaks out of people, but it's okay because I allow that on my stream. I try to keep it to a minimum with profanity, but I know people are going to vent. If they want to find me, I'm at Architects of Humanity on YouTube. It'll pop up. I'm writing a book about the evolutionary flaws and how it's very similar to a religion. I deal strictly with science. And science, there are a few things that science can't prove. So there's going to be many things it can with the scientific method, and it has basically disproven many things in evolution. And somebody had said something about evolution sparked eugenics. So we can get into that conversation on the channel, but I would like to return if you're free sometimes, and maybe we can have a conversation, you and I, and maybe other guests. But yeah, I just wanted to hop back on because I had to leave and set that up. And I appreciate you pulling me back on, man. I really appreciate it.
No, it's all about mutual respect here. And I do have guests oftentimes. And what I will do if I do have a featured guest is it's always an open panel at some point every Sunday. But if I have a featured guest, then I'll be in communication with them ahead of time, obviously. And then we'll have like a one-on-one conversation. And then I open up the panel for people to speak to the guest, usually about what they've discussed or whatever. And the guest is never obligated to stay longer than they want. If for some reason they want to dip out early or whatever, people have time constraints or whatever it might be. But that's usually how I run the show here. I didn't have a guest scheduled for this week, so I went ahead and just did open panel from the very beginning. So yeah, if you want to do a conversation about something, my things that I'm knowledgeable about would be things like history, the origins of like how these religions actually came to be formed. I've studied world religions. I've studied this in college and Bible college. I'm a design engineer, so I get a little bit into that kind of stuff with depending on where the argument lies. But I really am passionate about philosophy, in particular philosophy of ethics. That's what I'm really focusing a lot of my energy on. I do believe that morality is objective, even though I am an agnostic. So those are the kind of conversations that I'd be most well equipped to have a discussion about. But as far as evolution goes, I'm actually going to be having a show with Austin coming up here, and that will be something we'll be discussing. And so you guys might have a chance to go round 2 on that, but it does need to be a respectful, a little bit more under control than it was today. But yeah, we're going to be having that conversation coming up. So do look forward to that. Thank you for stopping by.
Yeah, thank you.
And Austin, I think I should give you the next opportunity here because you were kind of, oh no, I wanted to have you go towards the end. Do you have another minute? Because I actually do want to have you go towards the end.
Yeah.
Have a little bit more time. Okay, yeah. So
Sure.
Simos, why don't you? It was so nice to have you stop by the channel today. I think this is your first time here. I've seen you before on Captain Desk, a couple other places. I've always found you to be extremely intelligent, and I really enjoy listening to things you've had to say. So thank you so much for gracing us with your presence.
Okay, well, it's been an honor to be here, so it's mutual. If somebody thinks I'm intelligent, it's because I've learned from people in the community, not because I actually am. But anyway, just to say a couple of things. Look, I think that there is often a misunderstanding between the two things Deconverted Man was talking about. He mentioned 3, but I'm only going to mention 2, which is the scientific method or empiricism as an epistemology, and a deductive argument, which leads to necessary conclusions. And these two things often get confused. And this is what I was trying to press at when I was talking about a theory of knowledge, because they are different things. One is necessary, the necessary conclusion, which leads to what people would consider an absolute truth. If you're religious, I guess. I don't think that that's the case, obviously. But if the premises are sound, I would agree it does lead to a necessary conclusion. Normally, the problem is with the premises. However, when you talk about science knowledge, that's a completely different thing. That's not a necessary conclusion. So to say that, that people can't have knowledge about science, right, it is just incorrect. Okay, that's firstly, I call it knowledge, right? I use it in a specific way with a specific epistemology, and that's why I asked the question, what your theory of knowledge is, because everything hangs on that. If you have an epistemology which is based on science, then you're not giving deductive arguments, right? And what you led with was a deductive argument, a statistical analysis, which was formed in the form of a syllogism. That, unfortunately, is just a fallacy. It's fallacy 101. So I think that, although I would agree with Nathaniel that, when you concentrate too much on learning abstract thoughts or having abstract thoughts and learning the reasons behind them, etc., that can be detrimental because there are very few concrete answers, right? That's why the scientific method is so important. And I think people get hung up on that very, very easily. They get hung up on deductive arguments, thinking that their knowledge is going to be certain. And it's just not the case. It's just not the case. All of those arguments boil down to dilemmas, right? The Munchausen trilemma or Agrippa's trilemma, whichever you like, whichever you prefer to use. And therefore, knowledge is not certain, even under those deductive constraints. And I'm sorry that people don't get that a lot of the time, right? That they have this idea that knowledge can be certain. But I just don't understand where it comes from. If you study even the basics of 101 philosophy, you're going to find that knowledge is fraught with problems. Especially Gettier problems, which show that even though we may think we know what we're talking about, in retrospect it may still be false because we don't have first-person access to to reality. We only have it through our minds, and that causes a big problem. And for this, obviously, Plato was the person to go to. And if you study Plato's cave, then you quickly realize that we're looking at a shadow. We're not looking at the actual world. But having said all of that, my channel is a gaming channel, and it's also a Formula One channel. So I'll be on tomorrow night, 9 o'clock UK time or UTC, with a panel that talk about Formula One. And the recent one, of course, has just been in Japan. So we'll be analysing the Japanese Grand Prix. For anybody that is interested in motorsports, please come and join us. Please leave comments for sure. And, thank you very much. I also have a playlist of a philosophical nature where there's maybe, 30 different topics to do with religion and philosophy, including we have PhD philosophers on there as well in some places, although it's more of an open channel. And I may start that up again. That's a playlist called The State of the Onion. So there's a little philosophical play on words. And please come and sub to my channel. I'm desperately, obviously, like most people, looking for subs. If you're interested in philosophy, then look out for that playlist, which I've put together for various philosophical topics and, things like AI and Miss Maths discovered or invented and all sorts of ontology topics. So thank you very much for having me on. I really appreciate that, and it's been an honor to talk to you all.
Oh, you said so many things there. I really resonated with me. Just really quickly, well, for one thing, I want to just double check. So is your channel name Simos Funk?
It is, yes.
Okay, perfect. I will make sure to get that linked into the description of this video. I do want to just really quickly, like I said, so much of what you said really resonated with me. The philosophy, Kant, I believe it was, philosophy, it's really wonderful because it helps us to really step back from the empirical side of things and look a little deeper, like we're talking the abstract side of things. And there is a value to that. There's no doubt about that. But in philosophy, they really try to address some of the big questions, like where did we come from? What are we doing here? Where are we going after we die? So, and this kind of thing. But one of the main questions that I think is really interesting is they ask, what can we know? Right. And that's really what you're kind of touching on there. And I think it was Kant who said that there's basically two ways that we determine what we can know, right? There's the empirical knowledge that he calls, right? There's he called it empirical certainty is how he referred to it. And this is done through the scientific method. Now, certainty is a word that I think we should avoid using, but what he was basically saying is that this is something that's testable, repeatable, observable, verifiable, right? And you can make predictions with this. That's one set of knowledge. The other set of knowledge is what he called practical. No, that's what it was. It was empirical knowledge or practical certainty. Right. So the practical certainty is the things that we believe, the things that we think we know, the claims that we make. And so all of our knowledge, quote unquote, he kind of divides into these two categories here. And so we do have this way of like saying, we think we know these things and we act like we're certain about them. But at the end of the day, it's not the same as empirical knowledge, right? Empirical knowledge is much more humble. And I said those in reverse. So I hope you guys followed what I was saying. I'm getting a little hungry, losing my train here. So Simon, I'm glad you brought that up. I'll make sure to get your channel linked here. And
I think you might be talking about the synthetic analytic distinction there. I'm not sure though.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, no, exactly. Darklight, I know some of that resonated with you as soon as he said the subjective versus objective view of reality. So I'm going to go to you next.
Yeah, I don't believe anything can be known. Things are only perceived. So I don't think that I don't capitulate to the construct of knowledge itself as most people perceive it. Because once again, things can only be perceived through our senses and interpreted through our brain, through our perception. So Maxed Out called me a what do you call it? An agnostic. Okay, so as far as my belief of nothing can be known, as far as that goes, then I believe everyone is agnostic of everything because nothing can be known. But for some reason, as soon as I told him that I don't believe in evil, he used that to say, therefore, I must be agnostic. So I'm probably going to hop on his stream here in a little bit to try to dive deeper into that with him to see where he's coming from on that. But so I really enjoyed the talk tonight. I didn't want to get into the evolution thing because that's not really my wheelhouse. I was just kind of sitting back and watching you guys go with some of that, which was really nice. That was really interesting. I'm a non-Abrahamic true monotheist. I believe in imaginary friends, and you can't stop me. And isn't that nice to hear a theist just say that? And another thing that you would love to hear theists say is that I will use my mental gymnastics to make my delirium work regardless, no matter what. And that's just the dark light promise, guys. Okay. So I will use mental gymnastics to verify my imaginary friends regardless. But please punch holes in my theology. That way I can come back and patch them up, patch them up real nice. Like I appreciate that. I definitely enjoy the theological talks with y'all. Theology is my favorite subject. On my channel, Darklight Delirium, about half my videos are about theology. I cover whatever I want. I live off grid. I've had no electric. I live with a pack of dogs way out in the woods of the Ozark Mountains, and I've been living this way for 10 years at least. And this is how I wanted to live ever since I was a kid. So I'm living the life I wanted. And I used to be one of these depressed ass suicidal motherfuckers for most of my life, right up until I was about 30. But once I hit 30, I realized that the life I have is the life that I have created for myself. Okay. And once you realize that, that brings you to the edge of nihilism. Nihilism is the beginning of enlightenment. It is not the end of enlightenment. Once you realize that everything is meaningless, Then after that comes the realization that the only meaning that exists is the meaning that you grant to it through your consciousness, through your thoughts. Okay, so so once I realized that, then I started creating the world I wanted, and I've been loving life ever since. I used to be a depressed ass motherfucker. I used to hate every day, but I'm not like that anymore. Now I love every single day. So I was on the Gnosis channel a couple days ago, and when I came in, Robert from Skeptic Philosophy was on there, and he was talking to all kinds of nihilistic ass motherfuckers that were ragging on people for having kids and shit. And so I hopped on there and I handed them nihilist motherfuckers their ass. I'm like, quit being whiny little bitches. Of course, life is pain and suffering. That's what life is, pain and suffering. Get over it. But it's not all pain and suffering, okay? In between that pain and suffering, it is we can live, we can love, we can learn. And through that living, loving, and learning, we can therefore alleviate the pain and suffering and make life better. When you come to the conclusion that there's nothing I can do about this pain and suffering, you are then contributing to the problem. If you are not providing a solution, then you are contributing to the problem as far as nihilism goes. And so I can't post anymore on my main channel. I'm going to have to start posting on some of my other channels. But anyone that wants to talk to me, it's Dane Darklight on Facebook, or it's dark.light.ascending on Gmail. You can hit me up on either one. I reply faster on Facebook, though. So I appreciate you having me on, Captain Objective Ethics. I really appreciate the environment you cultivate. And just a quick little message to Austin. Austin's my homie. We've been talking for a couple years now. But I'm going to have to side with Chris just on pointing out that to make your message more powerful, it really helps to have, a calm conversation and let the other people speak. Like me, I will let someone say whatever they want. And when they're done, I'll be, okay, you done now? You done? Okay, now it's my turn. Now it's my turn. Now I'm going to panty ram you. But I think that comes across as more powerful when you let someone, give their whole spiel, and if you got to even, take little notes if they're galloping, dropping all kinds of different points. So that's something I got to do, is I got to take notes, because a lot of these theists will try to, shotgun, like machine gun, all kinds of different points at you from like all kinds of different shit, and try to thread some kind of fucking bullshit narrative out at it. So anyway, I'm done. Thank you for having me on Objective Ethics. Y'all stay beautiful, motherfuckers.
Yeah, there's so much great stuff you had to say there. I really appreciate it. The only pushback I want to give you, though, is that you said that you were in a really low spot in life and things were really dark for you. And I was under the impression that what got you out of that was discovering the Objective Ethics YouTube channel. So I don't know, maybe I misunderstood something about it.
No, because I recently discovered you, and this was like 10 years ago. But I just
fair enough. You got a reasonable excuse then. So I guess I'll give you a free pass on that. But for everybody else, if this channel doesn't what's turning you around and getting you on the right path, then there's no hope for you. No, I would like to say though that you're absolutely right about nihilism, brother. I'm on the same page as you, and I really like what Nietzsche said. Nietzsche gets misquoted so often, misunderstood by so many people, and I understand that it's not easy to keep up with all the philosophy. But Nietzsche, he talked about nihilism, that what happens when we get rid of these beliefs in God, right? What happens when we get rid of these beliefs in this false understanding of objective morality and objective purpose? We'll go into nihilism. But that was not the last chapter in his book, right? That was not where his philosophy ended. That was really the beginning of not thinking about what do we do next, right? And like Dark Knight said, I said that nihilism is really that's the beginning of enlightenment. There's so much to be said for that. There's the movement that Nietzsche talked about. And I would really encourage people when they hear about this, look at what Nietzsche was look at his whole complete philosophy, because nihilism gets nihilism is essentially just the recognition that we don't have this objective purpose, right? Now, I disagree with the objective morality, because I do believe in objective morality, but that's neither here nor there. But still, this is not the end of this is not something to be depressed about. Now, if you're releasing yourself, so Simos and I, we are kind of unusual in these communities because he and I have never been theists, right? We don't have a deconversion story. I've always been agnostic, even before I knew what agnosticism was. He's always been an atheist, probably even before he knew what atheism was, right? We just never were believers and stuff. So most people have been through the grinder. Most atheists and agnostics have come out on the other end of the grind, right? And so I have a lot of respect for the people who have come out of that, because religion is a cult, and cults are very, very controlling, very manipulative, so on and so forth. The indoctrination is real. There's a whole lot of psychology that goes into these kind of things, especially when they start them when they're young, which is why one of the things I want to promote today several times and remind you guys, there is an Ark protest. Speaking of indoctrination, there is an Ark protest coming up. I'll make sure to get the PayPal link into the description of this video if you want to make a donation to that. We're going to put on a special show to promote that and try and raise some money. I'm going to throw some cash at it for sure, and maybe do it like a match. You guys match what I throw in there or something. I won't make it too out of hand, but I never ask you guys for money to support my channel. I don't want your money. I don't need your money. If you guys will interact with it, respectfully appreciate it, but interact with the videos and stuff like that, that's the best you can do to share your ideas and to push back on my ideas as well. If you see that I've got something broken in my own epistemology, my own understanding of something, feel free to criticize what I'm doing or how I'm doing it. I can always do better. I can always do better. So that's what we're here to do for each other, to attack bad arguments, but to build up everybody in the process is ultimately the goal, right? To raise up humanity in the process. So I think I'm working my way around to Austin. You're up next, and a lot of shots were thrown at you. So if you want to take a couple extra minutes, tell people where they're all wrong or whatever, it's your chance to have the floor, brother.
All right. So Max Zombie, Max Doubt, American Zombie, Wisdom Radio. He has like 6 different names. He's just straight up lying about me. I've never been on his channel. What happened was I debated Kent Hovind, who is his pathetic little science denier hero that he copies all of his arguments from. And after that debate, I was on an after show on Mark Reed's channel, and he came in and ruined the conversation, just like he ruined the conversation here. And as a result, a friend of mine that was on that conversation, on that Mark Reed after show panel that he ruined, set up a debate with him where him and his 4 racist meathead buddies interrupted and verbally abused and accosted my friend for like an hour and a half, and he still kicked all of their asses, which is hilarious. And I laughed at him and pointed out, because in this ambush that he pulled out on my friend, he called him a working scientist a fucking loser when he's a fucking shithead DJ who does shithead YouTube videos that nobody fucking watches, and he's talking to an accomplished, established scientist and calling them a fucking loser. I pointed out rightfully that he is the fucking loser, that what I saw him do to my friend was one of the cruelest things I've ever seen. And so for him to come in here and whine and act like I mistreated him is such hypocritical bullshit. It makes me want to fucking fling my phone at the wall. So that's part of the backstory on that. As far as the reasons for my channel and why you can find me and why I can do what I can do, there is a pipeline of disinformation, and people like Max Doubt are victims of that pipeline of misinformation, and a lot of them stop being victims and they become villains. And Max is a full-on villain now. And so I don't play by the same rule set that I play with victims, with villains. Victims get sympathy. They get uninterrupted airtime to express their genuine curiosity and then have it fulfilled. Max has no fucking curiosity whatsoever. He isn't here to actually learn a single fucking thing. He thinks he already knows that everything in reality is proven by the Bible and that it supports the truth of the Bible. And he thinks that's true even when he has no idea what that information is, and he's hearing it for the first time, even when it doesn't seem like it supports that, even when he can't explain how it supports that. So he has conspiracy theories. He has the exact same pathological denial of science that Kent Hovind has. He uses the exact same script as Kent Hovind. And people like him, the downstream effect of them is that they uphold this internet architecture of misinformation that leads people down this pipeline, and people get off of that pipeline at all kinds of crazy points. They get off at the Holocaust denial station, they get off at the Civil War history revisionism station, they get off at the anti-vaccine station, and all of this has very serious implications for public health and safety, for the health of our society, for mental health, for people's ability to access useful and accurate information. And basically, I think those people suck ass. And especially once they become villains. The victims, I have sympathy for. The villains can just shut the fuck up. And because of those downstream effects, because measles is fucking back, because there are children dying of diphtheria and cholera again because people don't want to vaccinate their fucking children. They'd rather spend $300 on some shitty pair of fucking Nike sweatpants instead of putting $30 into protecting their children from fucking measles, mumps, and rubella, things that can leave them deaf, things that can leave them blind, things that can leave them slowly dying, being eaten from the fucking inside out. And so it's easy to see why those people need to be interrupted, why they need to be checked, why they need to be not allowed to spew anti-science bullshit that harms people, that robs them of their opportunities, their financial stability, and sometimes even their fucking lives. And that contributes to this pervasive culture of disinformation where people are fucking drinking piss and they're going to third world countries to have people breathe fucking cigarettes into their faces because they think a miracle is going to happen and it's going to cure their cancer. And this stuff is way more common than you would think it is. And the impacts of it are way more worse than most people think it is. My best friend is a pediatrician. He worked his whole life to be a pediatrician. He happens to be a Christian pediatrician. And the fact that I'm an atheist now and not a Christian anymore is a source of friction in our friendship, but we are still best friends despite all that. He called me bawling his fucking eyes out because he had a patient, he's a pediatrician, a 6-year-old whose parents were extreme anti-vaxxers living in extreme filth and extreme conditions where their kid probably should have been prematurely vaccinated. And that child contracted meningococcal disease, which is an extremely aggressive bacterial infection that attacks your body, necrotizes your flesh. And as a result, that child had to have all 4 of their limbs amputated. And this happens every year. Go on Google and look up the statistics for how many children lose a limb to meningococcal disease. It's a very real thing. Most children only lose 1 limb. Some children lose 2, some lose 3, and some, like my friend's patient, win the whole fucking terrible lottery and lose all 4 of their limbs. So it's easy to be calm when it's like, oh, this is just differing opinions, blah, blah, blah. It's not so calm inducing when you're thinking about the fact that children are being fucking mutilated by misinformation, literally, physically, medically. There are children out there in the world now who have to navigate life with 0 fucking limbs because of people like Maxed Out, because of people like Kent Hovind, because of people like the fucking disinformation dozen, RFK Jr. and fucking Joseph Mercola with his fucking bald ass selling hair pills, even though they clearly don't fucking work for him. So, yes, I get passionate. Yes, I interrupt people. Yes, I put the screws to their arguments, and I'm not going to wait for you to get a whole fucking gish gallop out that I would have to teach 3 entry-level college courses to refute everything you said. But I'm prepared to do that when I have time to do it without somebody like Maxed Out interrupting me and accusing me of the same discourtesy that he's guilty of 10 times over. So if we want to, we can get into that a little bit, but I think that's a good enough closing statement, because I think most of your audience that's here right now already knows the science. They already know that abiogenesis is a quantifiable, falsifiable, possible solution to unanswered questions and unsolved problems in our attempts to understand natural history and the universe using what we learn to better human existence. They already know that that theory is likely to change because we're going to discover new information. They already know that scientific epistemology is not based on dogmatic certainty like evolution denial and anti-vax and all these other pseudoscience and conspiracies are. They already know that the statistical and mathematical arguments against evolution are absolute bullshit because they're all disproved by the basic fact that it's 100% certainty that beneficial mutations are going to occur. It's 100% certainty that natural selection is going to preserve some of those mutations. That's just the first 2 points of the Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium. There's 3 other points that statistically and mathematically prove that the only population that isn't evolving is a population of infinite size that isn't subjected to natural selection, that has no mutations, no genetic drift, never migrates, and mates completely randomly. They already know that you can test evolution a dozen different ways and that evolution has never been falsified any of these ways. You could try and find a fossil organism that doesn't look like something else, violating the law of monophyly and disproving evolution. You could find an organism like I was explaining to Max Dowd. You can find a primate that doesn't have, it's not a gnathostome, that's not olfactorin, it doesn't have all of the basal suites of traits that build up its morphology. You could try and subject a population of living organisms to consecutive generations of selective breeding and see if they change or not. Period. They're going to change. You could look for a generation of organisms that has 0 mutations in it. You're always going to find mutations. The people here probably already understand the central conceit of evolution. This experimental evolution is paired with paleontology, genetics, things like cytochrome C and endogenous retroviral insertions of DNA that make evolution statistically 99.9999. It's practically proven as far as scientific epistemology can consider anything proven. So if evolution changes, it's going to be broad. It's not going to be the central conceits of evolution. It's going to be minutia and details. But people who want to deny science misconflate this as if there's huge scientific upset in the world of evolutionary and deep time sciences. Let me be clear, there is not. There are a few models that are advancing ideas that are slightly different than the modern synthesis, but basically all of them incorporate the modern synthesis. So evolution is not a theory in crisis. Evolution has not been falsified. Evolution isn't the basis of eugenics. None of the trope of creationist nonsense that was spewed by evolution's detractors today is based on anything except a secondary source addiction developed by sucking on misinformation crack pipes on the internet. And I think with that, I can conclude my statement.
Very, very heated, very passionate, and so just like the other people speaking, and I didn't want to stop you, even though I am getting really fucking hungry at this point, because Austin, what you're saying there with all of that really resonates with me, like so much of what has been shared today, and I'm so grateful for all of you stopping by and sharing your insight, your wisdom, your ideas. It gives us a chance to think more critically about my own ideas and the things that are being shared here today. But what Austin talked about here, and I've left this up on the screen because Tilting Windmill, the greatest mod on YouTube. I'm sure every one of you guys know who Tilting Windmill is. He dug this up here. This is statistics on the morbidity rates of children. I did a video recently, just a very short 10-minute video debunking the power of prayer. I called it Christians Want Children to Suffer. And I'm not going to run you through the whole video or whatever, but in that, the thing that I cited as the evidence that we know that prayer doesn't work is children suffering. And I did cite statistics for the mortality rates of children. And right now we're looking at about 15,000 children every day dying. And most of that is happening from disease and poverty, hunger. I'm sorry, I said poverty. Poverty is related to this, but it's disease and hunger. 15,000 children every single day. That's a huge fucking number. Now, when we say, well, there's 8.5 billion people on the planet, it's a drop in the bucket, right? Well, that's still 15,000 fucking children every day that are dying almost entirely unnecessarily. We have the technology and we have the resources to stop poverty. I mean, I keep saying poverty, to stop fucking hunger. and we have the ability to address these diseases for the most part, right? There's no excuse for this other than politics, which is oftentimes driven from religious beliefs, and they feed hand in hand with each other. So it does strike a chord with me, and I appreciate that Austin brought that up. So I've got to go to my sister Robin. She's been very patient, hanging out in the background here. And before I bring her up, I want everybody to be sure to congratulate her on her recent 200 subs on her channel by going and subscribing to her channel if you haven't already, and leaving a comment on that video saying what a great job she's doing. In the middle, I took you off the stage. I got too many buttons. I am getting hungry. Okay.
I know, and I'll try to keep it short because I know. And Austin, I love Austin because like Austin, like he gets passionate, but he cares about people. He cares about people dying, especially kids are dying from their own parents' ignorance. And so I feel you, Austin. We may criticize you sometimes on a little bit, maybe way, but I love that because you do actually care. And that's like, and I agree with everything you say. Actually, I just, like it comes across brass to some people, and I shouldn't probably even think that that's a big deal. But I want to believe as many true things as possible, and I just want to get rid of everything I believe that's false. And I think that the only way you can do that is to check your beliefs. And I don't think there's enough people in this world that are willing to actually check their own personal beliefs. I have confidence in expertise. And I think that is like one of the most dangerous things that has happened to our society is the lack. That does not mean that you have to have faith in every expert or agree with them. But I think that we have to have confidence in expertise. And I find it really weird that people have confidence in expertise when it comes to getting in an airplane. And they lose that they throw that out the window when it comes to medical like interventions. And that just seems really stupid to me, and that is what puts the whole society in danger. I'm gonna say this one thing: like a hammer is a tool. Okay, if I use a hammer and hit somebody over the head with it, that is a misuse of that tool. Does that mean that we should stop driving nails with hammers? No. So evolution is a tool. Biology is a tool. The scientific method is a tool. Any misuse of that by anybody through history that has misused those tools, that is on them. That is not on the tool. So let's keep driving nails with our hammers and stop hitting people over the heads with them and do better. And thank y'all.
Thank you.
That's so well said. And for people who maybe came in late or because we touched on so many things, maybe forgot this part of the conversation, that was really important because what I heard a lot of today, I guess I should just thank you so much, Robin. I'm going to go ahead and just do this here. So in fact, I don't have the energy for this anywhere. Did I do that? There we go. Okay. So what I heard a lot of today was people pointing at things like what Robin was talking about. Well, Darwin was a racist. I hear a lot of that, right? The Descent of Man. I think it was Descent of Man in that book where he talks about the differences between the white race being, and the Negro race and this and that. And people look at that and say, oh, well, look, Darwin was a racist, so therefore, evolution is wrong. Or Darwin is somebody said the Pope of evolution, which literally makes no sense. I understand the ad hominem attempt there, but it's actually not a real argument. And so I do understand the frustration. I'm not going to call out anybody by name, but I do want to take full responsibility for the fact that today's show did get a little out of hand, and that's ultimately my responsibility to stop that. And I need to do better. I need to kind of tighten the reins a little bit. Everyone here is passionate. Everyone here has a voice and wants to be heard, and I acknowledge that and I respect that. And I did not do a good job today, kind of keeping things cool. So I need to do better. I'll just say that. And I will work on that moving forward. So I appreciate everyone's patience watching the show. I know it got a little heated. And when it gets heated, the biggest problem, there's two problems. One is we get too many personal attacks, which I don't like to see on this show or anywhere for that matter. The other thing I don't like to see is the fact that when everybody's talking at once, nobody can hear what the hell is going on. Nobody can hear anything. So we might as well just be talking to a wall at that point because we're not having a conversation. I put out a short video. I don't know what it was titled or whatever, just a short, basically on how to have more effective communication. So it's called active listening, right? And that's a really important part. If you are really trying to engage in a intellectually honest or sincere conversation with your interlocutor, it requires listening and it requires a certain level of respect. If you're really trying to actively engage in a conversation, if you're just trying to get your ideas out there and just vomit everything out there that you want to say, well, that doesn't require any intelligence. It doesn't require any integrity. It doesn't require anything but a loud voice, right? So I would say that active listening is really important. What I've learned over the years is if you can steelman your opponent's position for them, that means you're really paying attention. And I really encourage people to do that. So what I try to do is say, okay, this is what I'm hearing you say, and repeat it back to them in the simplest, most concise way that I understand it. And that gives them a chance to say, oh, you know what? I misspoke, or you misunderstood me, or whatever. The other thing that I find to be very helpful is to politely interject and say, okay, you know what? I'm trying to follow what you're saying here, but you've got too many points here, and I'd like to address them each. Out of respect, I'd like to address them accurately and completely. So can we focus on this, or this? These are just some of the tools that I've used in life, managing businesses, owning my own businesses. Even when I worked as a bouncer, I was not a head knocker, right? I actually was really good about talking people out the door instead of having to just toss everybody's ass. Now, that's not to say sometimes you get yourself into certain situations, you got to do what you got to do. But I was really good about effectively just disarming people using my words, right? Bruce Lee would call it verbal judo, fighting without fighting, I should say. So there is a utility to this, it works in your relationships, your marriages, and your relationship with your kids, and so on and so forth. So good communication, effective communication can be very valuable to you and very useful tool to learn. And I would encourage people to focus on what it takes to have good communication. Some of the things that were touched on today, I didn't really get too involved in because I don't like to speak outside my wheelhouse. But one of the questions that I had when I kept hearing this, it's a mathematical certainty that evolution is false. And the first thought that came into my mind, having studied mathematics and engineering, is I'm thinking, what about the law of large numbers? And I never did get a chance to get that out there, and I didn't want to interrupt people. So I'd be curious to hear what these evolution deniers would say to that response, because for any of you who know what the law of large numbers states, is that ultimately you throw the dice enough times, you're guaranteed to, mathematically guaranteed to get every number to pop up. So, and when we talk about things like abiogenesis and evolution and stuff like that, we have to consider the entire fucking universe, right? And when we're starting to throw these numbers around, and they just don't have a way. I think it was Simos who pointed this out. They do not have a way to quantify that. There's absolutely no way to say it's mathematically impossible. It does not work. What we can say is that there are an incalculable amount of tosses of the dice. We know that for certain. And the law of large numbers says that you throw that fucking dice enough times, you're going to get whatever improbable statistic you think is improbable and impossible is actually certain at some point. It becomes beyond likely it's going to happen. So I would just be curious as to what these evolution deniers would say to something like that. There were so many great points that were brought up today that I'm almost losing track. There was the historicity we talked a little bit about, and this is definitely in my wheelhouse, the historicity of the Bible itself and some of the claims that were made. And there are a lot of problems, and it's the same problem we get with the people denying evolution is the critical scholarship, right, should not be ignored. And I feel like the theist who is trying to defend the validity of the Bible and the truth of the Bible and the truth of these claims, and what they're really basing this on, they are rejecting so much actual scholarship. And the scholarship does mean something. The other thing people have to remember is the biases that are going to be influencing the scholarship and where these biases come from. Most, if not all, I don't know if I can say all, but I can't think of a single biblical scholar who didn't attend seminary, right? That's where you're going to ultimately get into biblical scholarship. I studied world religions as an undergrad, but I actually studied everything I know about Christianity and the history related to that, almost all of it, at Bible seminary. Now, the reason that I do not have any degrees in that is because I would not sign a statement of faith, which is required if you want to get your credit hours and you want to get your graduation certificates and things of that nature. You have to sign a statement of faith. That's at every single accredited seminary in the entire United States. I don't know of a single accredited seminary in the world that doesn't require a statement of faith. So when you have these Bible scholars that are current believers and their jobs, their careers, and everything is their finances are tied to this statement of faith that they had to sign before they ever took any classes. You got to sign that with your entrance, right? When you start to pay to go to college, you don't get that at the end after you've gotten the information. Then you're like, yeah, I think I'll sign the statement of faith. You got to do it at the very beginning. Okay. So you're already signing a statement of faith, a contract that says, I will affirm X, Y, and Z. I'll affirm the Trinity. I'll affirm Jesus' divinity, so on and so. I'll affirm biblical inerrancy, whatever it might be, depending on the seminary school, the Bible college that you go to. That is not how we do things in science. You don't go take biology and say, I'll sign a statement of faith that says I will affirm evolution. And the way they're painting that picture, that there's this conspiracy theory that all these evolutionary biologists are all in cahoots to trick the world that evolution is true, that does not hold water. That argument is completely fallacious. I already pointed out in this conversation earlier today that the numbers don't back that up, right? 92% of the people in the world are religious. I don't know what the exact statistic is. I'd have to look it up, but the significant majority of scientists are religious, right? So that's why you come up with ideas like they talked about earlier, theistic evolution, for example, right? Old Earth creationism, these types of things, because the science is so undeniable at this point. Now, there are going to be certain things that we need to shore up. That's how science works, which is why science is the most honest and has the most integrity is the scientific method, because it's always open to being changed when new information comes out. We talked a little bit about that earlier. I'm going kind of quick, guys, because I am getting hungry. So I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I'm missing. I apologize. Please do go back and rewatch the stream. As I said before, I'll get a link to everybody's channel. I'm going to get a link to the the PayPal account that you can make a donation. That goes in 100% of that donation goes to Joe at the Kentucky Atheist for the Ark Encounter Protest. I'm not taking anything off the top of that whatsoever. In fact, I'm going to be donating my own money as well. I'm going to be putting together a show. I think it's going to be with Austin. It's still in the works. We're still developing it, but my plan is to do a 3-on-3 debate, which should be a lot of fun, where people can basically, well, it would be Austin, Joe, and myself versus 3 theists, and we're going to be debating objective morality versus biblical morality, evolution, and I think naturalism versus creationism. So we'll be looking at those 3 topics unless somebody else wants something else to do. And then what will happen is people will make a donation to the protest, and then after making a donation, they can pick to either get somebody off the screen and change the topic or something like that, where we get some audience interaction. It should be a lot of fun. We just got to put it all together. I will be having Austin on this channel as a featured guest, so we'll be getting some uninterrupted time for Austin to break down evolution for us, where he won't have people talking over him and attacking him personally and stuff like that. So I'm looking forward to that. Really big news also in closing here. I have Dr. Richard Carrier scheduled to come on the 12th. I'm really looking forward to that show. As you guys all know, I believe in objective morality, and I'm an agnostic. I don't think you can get objective morality from theism, and I think it'll be nice to have Dr. Richard Carrier here to explain that. He is far more qualified to offer the argument in favor of objective morality, and everyone knows he's an atheist. He's actually the world's most famous mythicist on top of that, so it'll be really nice to get into a conversation with him. So I encourage you guys to check that out on the 12th. Really excited to have him coming. And I can't think of anything else. Oh, thank you, by the way. Speaking of 200 subs, I also hit 200 subs here recently, and I've only been doing this a few months. So I'm really, really shocked at the growth of this channel, really pleased. And that's really to your guys' credit for, engaging with these videos, sharing them, liking them, comments, all that kind of stuff. I really appreciate it. Ever since I took that promotion at work, I've only been able to get out this one live stream every week. And that's really tough for a channel to grow when I'm only doing it once a week. It's almost impossible. So the only reason it is growing is because you guys are supporting my efforts here. And I'm so grateful to all of you for making that happen. We're over 17,000 views on the videos, which is another staggering number for being so new at this. And I'm so bad at this. I'll be honest with it. Just say it like it is. I have a lot to learn about how to run these streams and how to make the graphics and everything look better and the thumbnails look better and stuff like that. So for what I'm putting out here, which is pretty low quality, you guys are doing a great job of making the quality so much better by participating. You're all very intelligent, a lot smarter than I am. And just really, I think people are making this so much more than what I ever thought it could have been. I really just thought it would be a few people just kind of bullshitting about philosophy and stuff when I started this. And you guys are making this into something that I really enjoy seeing the new ideas be exposed and the arguments being broken down and stuff like that. So I'm a fan of this channel as much as I am the owner of this channel, and I appreciate you guys for making it as what it is.
Spinoza for the win.
Channel 3.30 for repeating, of course. That's better than I've done before. And Deacon Brendan, what do you do? Just wait, objective ethics will be on your plate.